Chapter 13. Nicholas Flamel. Dumbledore had convinced Harry not to go looking for the mirror of his raster again, and for the rest of the Christmas holidays, the invisibility cloak stayed folded at the bottom of his trunk. Harry wished he could forget what he had seen in the mirror so easily, but he couldn't forget it at all, because he's a bit of a know-it-all and a smart ass. He started having nightmares. Oh, is he pissing the bed? Over and over again, he dreamt about his parents disappearing in a flash of green light, while a high-pitched voice crackled with laughter. You see, Dumbledore was right. That mirror could drive you mad, said Ron, when Harry told him about these dreams. Hermione, who came back the day before term started, took a different view of things. She was torn between horror at the idea of Harry being out of bed, roaming the school 3 nights in a row. If Finch had caught you, he would have done naughty things to your bottom. Allegedly. I have to add allegedly because it doesn't actually say that in the book, or it's not implied. Just to save from the lawsuit. Save the lawsuit there, ladies and gentlemen. Because I ain't got no fucking money. And she's got enough money as it is. And disappointment that he hadn't at least found out who Nicholas Flamel was. They had almost given up hope of ever finding Nicholas Flamel in a library book, even though Harry was still sure he read the... What? Hang on. It's my page stuck. Name somewhere. Ah, there we go. Once term started, they were back to skimming through books for 10 minutes during their breaks. I wish this book could be read in 10 minutes. Otherwise, this wouldn't be an 8-hour recording. I hope you're enjoying it, folks, at home. Because your reader isn't. This book's a bit shit. Harry had even less time than the other two, because Quidditch practice had started again. Right, will you split this bit off? Ah, you heard the spit there. That was get rid of moisture in the mouth, because it makes you slur your words. And we don't want that. Put the mic away from the mouth. Wood was working the team harder than ever. Worker, baby, stronger, better, faster, stronger. Can someone insert that Daft Punk song into that bit, please? Editor, thank you! Even if it's like a MIDI file, that would work as well. Thank you! Even the endless rain that had replaced the snow couldn't dampen his spirits. The Worthies complained that Wood was becoming a fanatic and a tyrant. But Harry was on Wood's side. Ooh. If they won their next match against Hufflepuff, they would overtake Slytherin in the House Championship for the first time in 7 years. This feels like when MK Dons were top of League 2, beginning of the season. That was the first time since 2008, I believe that was. So, very long time. We're not top of the league anymore. Let's just say no. We need the bottom. Let's just say our manager was a bit of a knob. Quite apart from wanting to win, Harry found that he had fewer nightmares when he was tired out from training. Then, during one particular wet, muddy practice session, Wood gave the team a bit of bad news. That he just got very angry with the Worsleys, who kept dive-bombing each other and pretending off their brooms.
Will you stop messing around?
He yelled. That's exactly the sort of thing that will lose us the fucking match. Snape's refereeing this time. He'll be looking for any excuse to knock points off a Gryffindor, because he's a bastard. Yeah? He's a wank of a ref. He's just another shit ref. He's just another shit ref. Shit ref! George Weasley really did fall off his broom at these words. Snape's reffing? Oh, fuck. He spluttered through a mouthful of mud. When's he ever reffed a Quidditch match? He's not going to be fair if we might overtake Slytherin. Oh, what a wank bastard. Fuck. The rest of the team landed next to George to complain too. It's not my fucking fault. They chose Snape. I didn't. That's how the rules work, said Wood. We've just got to make sure we play a nice clean game. So Snape hasn't got any excuse to pick on us, because he's just another shit ref. He's just another shit ref. Shit ref! Tell you. You can tell I've been to a few heated football matches before, can't you? Which was all very well, thought Harry. But he had another reason not wanting Snape near him while he was playing Quidditch. The rest of the team hung back to talk to each other as usual at the end of practice, but Harry headed straight back to the Gryffindor common room, where he found Ron and Hermione playing chess. I nearly said something else there. Fuck it! Where he found Ron and Hermione kissing each other. Ooh. Chess was the only thing Hermione ever lost at. Hooray!
She's a loser!
Something Harry and Ron thought was very good for her. Don't talk to me for a moment. Oh no. Oh, here we go, said Ron, when Harry sat next to him. I can read, honest. I have a GCSE, you know. I also have a GCSE in PE. But you don't see me running around. That was a bit of a waste of a GCSE. I need to fuck! He caught sight of Harry's face. What's fucking wrong with you? You look like shit. Speaking quietly that no one else would hear, Harry told the other two about Snape's sudden, sinister desire to be a Quidditch referee. Oh, don't fucking play then, said Hermione at once. Say you will. No one can fucking tell, said Ron. Pretend to break your fucking neck, Hermione suggested. Really? Break your fucking neck, said Ron. It doesn't say the neck, it says leg. But neck's better, isn't it? Oh, I can't do that, said Harry. Here's another reserve seeker. If I'm back out, Gryffindor can't play at all. At that moment, Neville toppled into the common room. He had somehow managed to climb through the portrait hole. Was it anyone's guess? Because his legs had been stuck together with what they recognised at once with the leg lock curse. He must have had a bunny hop he must have had to bunny hop all the way up to Gryffindor Tower. Fucking hell, I can read. I'm not trying to look at Strictly on the telly currently. Oh, there she is. There's Tess Dealey. And there's the other one, Claudia Winkleman. I don't know which one I hate the most. They're like the two witches, aren't they, of Saturday night television? Right, on the other side, you've got Ant and Dec presenting something soon. Who wants to be a bazillionaire? Or something? No, who can't get me out? I don't know. Well, there's Moxie Movie saying, "Oh, there's Craig! There's Craig! There's Anton! Fuck off, Shirley! Fuck off, Shirley! Fuck off, Shirley! Fuck off, Shirley!"
I don't like Shirley Ballas.
She's very biased. Everyone fell about laughing except Hermione, who leapt up and performed the counter curse. Neville's legs sprang apart and he got to his feet, trembling like a shitting dog. "What happened?" Hermione asked him, leaning over him to sit with Harry and Ron. "Malfoy," said Neville shakily. "I met him outside the library. He said I've been looking for someone to practice on that too. The bastard." "Go to Professor McGonagall," Hermione asked Neville. "Report the bastard." Neville shook his head. "I don't want to go to much trouble," he mumbled. "I've got to stand up to him." "No, you've got to stand up to that bastard, Neville," said Ron. He's used to walking all over people, but that's the reason to lie down in front of him and make it easier.
I've been distracted as I'm recording this on my village's bonfire night, and there's bangs going on outside, but I can barely hear them. This little tick 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 tick. I can't see them. My curtains are drawn. I should open my curtain, but you know, life's a bitch, and I can't be bothered to get out my recorders. So, a bit.
"There's no need to tell me I'm not brave enough to be in Gryffindor. Malfoy's already done that," choked Neville. Harry felt in his pocket of robes his penis. No. And pulled out a chocolate frog. Well, I nearly said that as well. The very last one from the box Hermione had given him for Christmas. He gave it to Neville, who looked as though he might cry. Oh, yeah, I like Neville. He's a good lad, isn't he? "You're worth trouble, Malfoy," said Harry. "The Sorting Hat chose you for Gryffindor, didn't he?" "Yeah, he did, didn't he? Yeah? And where's Malfoy?" "He's stinking up the roost in Slytherin, 'cause he's a slimy bastard." Neville's lips twitched in a weak smile as he unwrapped the chocolate frog. "Thanks, Harry. I think I'll go off to bed. Do you want the card? You collect them, don't you?" As Neville walked away, Harry looked at the famous wizard card. "Dumbledore fucking again. I've got 24 of him," he said. "He was the first one I ever." He gasped. He looked at the back of the card. And then he looked up at Ron and Hermione. I wish there wasn't banging right outside my fucking window right now. "I found him," he whispered. "I found Flammel. I told you I've read the name before. I read it on the train coming here. Listen to this, listen to this. Coming close, coming close. Mic a bit closer. Professor Dumbledore is particularly famous for his defeat of the Dark Wizard Grindelwald in 1945 for the discovery of the 12 uses of dragon's blood, and his work on acclaimly with his partner Flammel."
Who the fuck is Flammel?
Hermione jumped to her feet. You know that scene at the Vicar of Dibley? I know this isn't a school reference, but that... Well, she jumps to her feet after... I believe it's... Alice says that Reg writes her cousin or something. You know, Reg writes the real name of Elton John. And she goes, yes! That's what I imagine Hermione's just done. She didn't look so excited since they've got back the marks for their very first piece of homework. Stay there, she said, and she sprinted up the stairs to the girls' dormitories to get some tampons. Ron and Harry barely had the time to exchange miffed looks before she was dashing back, with an enormous book in her arms and a box of tampons. I've never thought to look in here, she whispered excitedly. I got this out of the library weeks ago for a bit of light reading. Light? Light reading? You're taking a piss, love, said Ron. But Hermione told him to be quiet. Oh, be quiet, you tart. Until she looked something up and started flicking frankly through the pages, muttering to herself. Hang on. Can you hear that? Who says I can't do my own sound effects? At last, she found what she was looking for. I knew it! I fucking knew it! Are we allowed to speak yet? Said Ron grumpily. Hermione ignored him. Ha! Like I get ignored. Nicholas Flamel! She whispered drastically. Is the only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone. The fucking what? This didn't have quite the effect she expected. The fucking what? Said Harry and Ron. Oh, honestly, don't you two fucking read a book? Look, read that. There, read that. Come on, read that there. You idiots. She pushed the book towards them, and Harry and Ron read it. The ancient study of alchemy is concerned with the making of the Philosopher's Stone, a legendary substance with astonishing powers. The stone will transform any metal into pure gold. It also produces the elixir of life, which will make the drinker immortal. Like Hulk Hogan. There have been many reports of the Philosopher's Stones over the centuries, but the only stone currently in existence belongs to Nicholas Flamel, the noted academist and opera lover. I bet he likes a bit of fellatio. Thank you! I'm here all week. Mr. Flamel, who celebrated his 665th birthday last year, enjoys a quiet life in Devon with his wife, Pantel, 658. Fuck that, old. See? I fucking knew it, see? Said Hermione, when Harry and Ron had finished. The dog must be guarding Flamel's Philosopher's Stone. I bet he asked Dumbledore to keep it safe for him, because they're friends, and he knew someone who was after it. And that's why he wanted the stone moved out of Gringotts. A stone that makes pure gold and stops you ever dying? Said Harry. No wonder Snape's after it. Anyone could fucking want that. No wonder we couldn't find Flamel in the study of recent developments in wizardry, said Ron. He's not exactly recent if he's 665th, is he? I said 5th, it's 65. Sorry. My bad. I was sending a tweet. I actually was. Sorry, is it a tweet or is it X? Oh, hang on. What's happening? Oh, that's right. Oh yeah, that's me. I bought it. That was me. That's me. I bought that. I got there first. I'm not going to. I'll get after. I collect football programs of a Pacific team called Milton Keynes Dons. Before they were called Milton Keynes Dons, they were called Wimbledon, and there's big controversy over what happened. And right, I'm not on anybody's side, but let's just say well done to Milton Keynes for finally having a professional football team. Anyway, the first ever professional game of football ever played in Milton Keynes was Wimbledon against Burnley, and I hadn't got the programme, but it just come up from a regular seller I go to, so I've ordered it. Fantastic, isn't it? Anyway, back to the book. Next morning, in defence against the dark arts, while copying down different ways of treating werewolf bites. I hope they got tetanus shots in the wizarding world. Harry and Ron were still discussing what they do with a philosopher's stone if they ever had one. It wasn't until Ron said he buy his own Quidditch team that Harry remembered about Snape and the upcoming match. I'm going to play if you like it or not, he told Ron and Hermione. And if I don't, all the Slytherin lot will think I'm a pussy to face Snape. I'll show them. I'll really smite their fucking smiles off their faces if we win. Just as long as we're not going to wipe you off the pitch, said Hermione. As the match drew nearer, however, Harry became more and more nervous. He was shitting himself. Whatever he told Ron and Hermione. The rest of the team weren't too calm either. The idea of taking Slytherin in the House Championships was fantastic. Wonderful. No one had done it for nearly 7 years. But would they be allowed to, with such a biased referee? Well, they obviously haven't been to a League 2 football match where you get some refs that are a little bit biased. I can't say fully biased. Give fouls to the other team what weren't fouls, and don't give you obvious fouls when they were. But that's just standard football, isn't it? Harry didn't know whether he was imagining it or not, but he seemed to keep running into Snape wherever he went. At times he even wondered whether Snape was following him, trying to catch him on his own. Potions lessons were turning into some sort of a weekly torture. Snape was so horrible to Harry. Ha ha! Thank fuck someone is. Could Snape possibly know what they have found out about the fucking book Philosopher's Stone? Harry didn't see how he could. Yet he sometimes had the horrible feeling Snape could read minds. I wish I was a mind reader. But you know, life's a bitch and you can't be. Harry knew when they wished him good luck outside the changing rooms the next afternoon that Ron and Hermione were wondering whether they'd see him ever again alive. This wasn't what you call comforting. Harry hardly heard a word of Woodsprat's talk as he pulled on his Quidditch robes and picked up his Nimbus 2000. Ron and Hermione, meanwhile, had found a place in the stands next to Neville, who couldn't understand why they looked so grim and worried, or why they had brought their wands to the match. Little did Harry know that Ron and Hermione had been secretly practicing the leg locker curse. They got the idea from Malfoy using it on Neville, and were ready to use it on Snape if he shows any signs of wanting to hurt Harry. Now, don't forget, it's Locomotor Morris, Hermione muttered, as Ron slipped his wand up his trouser leg. I know, all right, woman, Ron snapped. Don't fucking nag. Back in the changing room, Wood had taken Harry aside. Don't want to press you, Potter, but if we ever need an early capture of the snitch, it's now, yeah? Finish the game before Snape can favour Hufflepuff too much, yeah? Get that fucking snitch, otherwise I'll bust your ear holes. The whole school's out there, said Weasley, peering out of the door. Even blimey, Dumbledore's come to us. Harry's heart did a somersault. Dumbledore, he said, dashing to the door to make sure. Fred was right. There was no mistake in that silver beard. Oh, that's not COVID, ladies and gentlemen. I think I have bird flu. Or plague. Harry could have laughed out loud with relief. He was safe. Hooray! Or boo! Boo! Hiss! Boo! Hiss! Boo! Hiss! Boo and hiss! Boo and hiss! There was simply no way that Snape would dare to try and hurt him if Dumbledore was watching. Perhaps that's why Snape was looking so angry. No, it's probably because he ain't got his leg over for a few years. As the teams marched onto the pitch, something that Ron had noticed too. I've never seen Snape look so mean, he told Hermione. Look, they're off. Ouch! Someone had poked Ron in the back of the head. It was Malfoy. Oh, so sorry, Weasley. I didn't see you there. Weasley, you ginger fuck. Malfoy grinned broadly at Craig and Gargle. I think I keep saying Gargle's name at least 54 different ways during this book. Wonder how long Harry's got to stay on his room this time. Anyone want to bet? What about you, Weasley? Ron didn't answer. Snape had just awarded Hufflepuff a penalty because George Weasley had hit a bludger at him. Hermione, who had her fingers crossed on her lap and was squinting fixedly on Harry, who was circling the game like a hawk, looking for that snitch. You know how I think they choose people for the Griffin. No. You know how I think they choose people for the Griffin team, said Malfoy loudly a few minutes later, as Snape awarded Hufflepuff another penalty for no reason at all. Bit like a League 2 referee. I'm not going to name any referees, but Trevor Kettle. But there was a few referees, as you guessed. It they feel sorry for. See, there's Potter, who's got no parents. Then there's the Weasleys, who's got no money. You should be on the team, Longbottom. You've got no brains. Oh, God, that's a fucking diss and a bird at the same time. Neville went bright red, but turned in his seat to face Malfoy. "I'm worth trouble, you Malfoy," he stammered. Malfoy craved and goggled, howled with laughter, but Ron still was not daring to take his eyes from the game, and said, "You fucking tell him, Neville. Tell him he's a pathetic prat." "Longbottom, if brains were gold, you'd be poorer than the Weasleys, and that's saying something." Ron's nerves were already stretched to breaking point with anxiety about Harry. "I'm fucking warning you, Malfoy. One more word, and otherwise I'm gonna clonk your fucking nose." "Ron!" said Hermione suddenly. "Harry!" "What? Where? Ooh, fuck!" Harry had suddenly gone into a spectacular dive, which drew gasps and cheers from the crowd. Hermione stood up, her fingers crossed in her mouth. "Huh? Why would you want to cross your fingers in your mouth?" "Huh? That don't make sense." As Harry shrieked towards the ground like a bullock. "You're in luck, Weasley. Potter's off you spotters some money on the ground. Ho 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 ho, wanker, ho ho ho," said Malfoy. Ron snapped. Before Malfoy knew what was happening, Ron was on top of him, wrestling him to the ground. Oh, this is more exciting than the actual whole book. Neville hesitated, then clambered over the back of his seat to help. "Come on, Harry! You can do it! I love you!" Hermione screamed, leaping onto her seat to watch as Harry sped straight towards Snape. She didn't even notice Malfoy and Ron rolling about underneath her seat. All the scuffles and yelps coming from the whirlwind office that was Neville, Craig and Goggle. Up in the air, Snape turned around on his broomstick just in time to see something scarlet shoot past him. Missing him by millimeters next second, Harry pulled out of the dive, his arm raised in triumph, as with the snitch clasped in his hands. The stands erupted. It had to be a record. No one could even remember the snitch being caught so quickly. Oh, that was a celebration one now, as I've had that. Run! Where are you? The game's over! Harry won! We win! We won! We win! We win! We win! We win! Yes! Yes, sir! Yes! Hang on, I've got to put my headset back on. Oh, shit, hang on. Oh, fuck. We're back. Where are we? Something about we won. Gryffindor are in the lead! Yes, we're winning! Shrieked Hermione, dancing up and down on her seat, hugging Parvati Patel in the front row. Harry jumped off his room, a foot from the ground. He couldn't believe it. He had done it. The game was over. It had barely lasted 5 minutes. As Gryffindor came spilling out onto the pitch, a picture fuck invasion, here we go, he saw Snape down nearby, white-faced and tight-lipped. Then Harry felt a hand on his shoulder and looked up into Dumbledore's smiling face. "Well done, my son, I knew you could do it," said Dumbledore quietly, so that Harry could hear it. "Nice to see you haven't been brooding about the mirror. Been keeping busy. Good job, excellent, very good, Potter." Snape spat bitterly on the ground. Harry left the changing room alone some time later to take his numbers 2000 back to the broom shed. He couldn't remember feeling so happy. He'd really done something to be proud of. No one could say he was just a famous name anymore. The even air smelt so sweet. He walked over the damp grass, reliving the last hour in his head, which was a happy blur. Gryffindors came running to lift him on their shoulders. Ron and Hermione in the distance, jumping up and down. Ron cheering through a heavy nosebleed. Harry had reached the shed. He leant against the wooden door and looked up at Hogwarts, with its windows glowing red in the setting sun. "Gryffindor in the lead. Getting off. Done it myself." He had done it. He had shown Snape. "Hey!" He put his finger up to Snape. "Hey, I've done it, mate. Have it. Hey!" And speaking of Snape, we've actually had to add this bit in. A hooded figure came swiftly down the front steps of the castle, clearly not wanting to be seen, as it walks as fast as possible toward the Forbidden Forest. Harry's victory faded from his memory as he watched. He recognised the figure's prowling walk, sneaking into the forest while everyone else was at dinner. What's going on? Harry jumped back on his Nimbus 2000 and took off. Gliding silently over the top of the castle, he saw Snape enter the forest at a run. He followed. The trees were so thick he couldn't see where Snape had gone. He flew in circles, lower and lower, brushing the top branches of trees, until he heard voices. He glided towards them and landed noiselessly in a towering beech tree. Ooh, nice wood to turn, beech. Quite soft though. He climbed carefully along one of the branches, holding tight to his broomstick, trying to see through the leaves. Below, in a shadowy clearing, stood Snape. But he wasn't alone. Quirrell was there too. Harry couldn't make out the look on his face, but he was stuttering worse than ever. Harry strained to catch whatever they were saying. Don't know why you wanted to me here of all fucking places, Severus. Potter. I thought we'll keep this private, said Snape, his voice icy. Students aren't supposed to know about the Philosopher's Stone after all. Harry leant forward. Quirrell was mumbling something. Snape interrupted him. Have you found out how to get past that beast of Hagrid's yet? But Severus, I... You don't want me as an enemy, Quirrell, said Snape, taking a step towards him. I don't know what you want. You know perfectly well what I want.
An owl hooted loudly, and Harry nearly fell out the tree. He steadied himself in time to hear Snape say, "You little bit of hocus pocus, I'm waiting." But I don't. Very well, Snape cut in. We'll have another little chat soon, when you've had time to think things over and decide where your loyalties lie. He threw his cloak over his head and strolled out of the clearing. It was almost dark now, but Harry could see Quirrell, standing still as though he was petrified. Like he was shitting a dog. Oh, hang on. Let me just watch Angela Skelton. Oh, she's nice. Oh, lovely pair of legs there. It's a 10 from Zaki. Oh, yeah. Wow, that was quite a good dance there. Angela Skelton's got a lovely pair of legs. Harry, where have you been? Hermione squawked. We won! 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 Shouted Ron, thumping Harry on the back. And I give that Malfoy a black eye. I never tried to take Faber and Goggle single-handed. He's still out cold, but Madame Puffray says he'll be alright. Talk about shoving Slytherin. Everyone's waiting for you in the common room. We're having a party. Fred and George stole some cakes and stuff from the kitchens. Never mind that now, said Harry breathlessly. Let's find an empty room. You'll wait till you hear this. He made sure Pease wasn't inside before shutting the door behind them. Then he told them what he had seen and heard. So we were right. It's the Philosopher's Stone, and Snape was trying to force Quirrell to help him get it. He asked if we knew how to get past Fluffy, and he said something about Quirrell's hocus pocus. I reckon there's other things guarding the stone apart from Fluffy. Lots in title enchantments, and probably and Quirrell, who has done some anti-dark magic spells which Snape needs to break through. So you mean the stone's only safe as long as Quirrell stands up to Snape? Said Hermione in alarm. It'll be gone by next Tuesday, said Ron. Chapter 14. Norbert the Norwegian Ridgeback. I wonder if he knows who the Norwegian Eurovision entry was in 1985. I believe they won it. It was the Body Donners, not Body Rockers, with Swing Your Body Rock and Roll. Good tune. Look it up. Back to the story. Quirrell, however, must have been braver than they thought. In the weeks that followed, he seemed to be getting paler and thinner, bit like a cancer patient, but it didn't look as though he cracked it yet. Bit like a cancer patient. Every time they passed the third floor corridor, Harry, Ron and Hermione would press their ears against the door to check that Fluffy was still grounding inside. Snape was sweeping about in his usual bad temper because he ain't got his leg over in about 20 years. Which surely meant the stone was still safe. Whenever Harry passed Quirrell, these days
He gave him an encouraging sort of smile, and Ron had started telling people off for laughing about Cribble's stutter. Hermione, however, had more on her mind than the Philosopher's Stone. That's right, she was pregnant. No, she had her period. No, stop it, Zach. Naughty boy. Turn yourself on doing that. Where were we? She had started drawing up revision timetables and colour-coding all her notes. I never revised for any of my exams. I'll let you into a little secret. Revision is for the stupid. Because if I don't know it when I'm going into the exam, I'll never know it, and that's peace of my mind. That's how I think anyway. Maybe I'm a bit more autistic than I thought. Harry and Ron wouldn't have minded, but she kept nagging them to do the same. Hermione, the exams are fucking ages away, you silly bitch. 10 fucking weeks, Hermione snapped. That's not ages, that's like a second to Nicholas Flamel, whoever the fuck he is. But we're not 600 years old, you silly bitch, Ron reminded her. Anyway, what you revising for? You already know it all. She's revising for an exam on the book of 50 Shades of Grey. That might be the next story in this series. Fuck reading the next 6 Harry Potter books. I hate this book as it's starting. What's am I revising for, you bastard? Are you mad? You realise we need to pass these exams to get in the second year, you silly twat? They're really important. I should have started studying about a month ago. I'm a month late. Oh God, don't say that. Don't say that to get a woman to say that to you. I'm a month late. Oh fuck. And if a woman does say that to you, run as fast as your legs can take you. Preferably to Azerbaijan, or Bosnia-Herzegovina, or Albania. To run as quick as you can to a border which will let you in. I didn't know what's got into me. Unfortunately, the teachers seem to be thinking along the same lines as Hermione. They piled so much homework on them that the Easter holidays weren't nearly as fun as the Christmas ones. Well, they're never normally are. They're only 2 weeks normally. And what's the point of Easter? Does anyone know? Do please drop the meaning of Easter down in the comments below. If we're doing it this, I hope we're doing it on YouTube. I don't know how we're going to broadcast this broadcast. It was hard to relax with Hermione next year reciting the 12 uses of dragon blood, all practicing one movement. Insert your own joke there, but I can think of at least 6. Moaning and yawning. Oh, it's brought a tear in my eye. Oh, that's brilliant. It does actually say practice in one movement, then moaning and yawning. She really went for... She didn't realise what she wrote there, old J.K. Rowling. Now, did she? Ladies and gentlemen. This book is for 7-year-olds, I believe. Or 11-year-olds. It doesn't have an age bracket. It's probably for anyone. Where are we? Harry and Ron spent most of their free time in the library with her, trying to get through all their extra work. Let me push the mic a bit back. There we go. I'll never remember this. Ron burst out one afternoon. I'm the same. I never remember what I've just read, but then about 4 months later, I'll go, oh, I did read that right, and quickly have to look it up again. I did read that right. Good. Oh, I remember. Throwing his quill down and looking longingly outside the library window. It was the first really fine day that they had in months. The sky was clear. Blue forget-me-nots were all about. And there was a feeling in the air of summer coming. Hang on. What does... Oh, I don't know. Harry was looking up Dictionary in 1000 magical herbs and fungi. Didn't look up until he heard Ron say, Hagrid, what are you doing in the fucking library? Hagrid shuffled into view, hiding something behind his back. He was looking very out of place in his moleskin overcoat. Well, Hagrid would be out of place in the library. He's quite a tall beggar. Just looking. Nothing to see here, he said in a swifty voice that got their interest at once. And what are you lot up to? He looked suddenly suspicious. You're not still looking for Nicholas Flamel, are you? Please don't look him up. It's more than me job's worth. I quite like my little shack. Oh, we found who he is ages ago, said Ron impressively. And we know that the dog's guarding. No, and we know what the dog is guarding. Dumbledore's dildos. No, it's the philosopher's Sheesh! Hagrid looked around quickly to see if anyone was listening. Don't go shouting a fucking about it. What's the matter with you, you twat? There's a few things we need to ask you. As a matter of fact, said Harry, what's guarding the stone apart from Fluffy? Shoo! For fuck's sake! Said Hagrid again. Listen, come and see me later. I'm not promising to tell you anything, mind, but don't go rabbiting about it in here. Students aren't supposed to know. Are they, you idiots? They will think I've told you. And I don't want fucking Dumbledore sacking me. Well, I'll see you later then, Hagrid. We do love you, said Harry. Oh, how gay. Hey, get first gay joke of the book. Hagrid shuffled off. What was he hiding behind his back, said Hermione thoughtfully. Did you think it had something to do with that fucking stone? I'm going to see what section he was in, said Ron, who had enough of working. All a bit like me. He came back a minute later with a pile of books in his arms and slammed them down on the table. One moment, let's see. I know. The noise was something like this. That concludes the sound effect. Thank you for listening. Where are we? Dragons, he whispered. Who whispered? You gotta say who? Oh, it must be Von. Hagrid was looking up stuff about dragons. Look at these. Species of Great Britain. An island. A northern island. Which isn't actually officially anything. Yeah, look up Northern Ireland. It's officially nothing, really. You look it up. No, seriously, go and look it up. Better than me reading you this shit book. You might actually know something about the 1920th 20th century, decade. It's quite a good read. Anyway, back to this shitty book. From Egg to Inferno and a Dragon's Keeper's Guide. Hagrid's always wanted a dragon. He told me so the first time I ever met him, said Harry. But it's against our laws, said Ron. Dragon breeding was outlawed by the Warlocks Convention in 1979. No. I read that as 1979. It's 1709.
But please, make it 1979.
That was a good, decent year for music. Look it up. Everyone knows that. It's hard to stop muggles noticing us if we're keeping dragons in the back garden. Anyway, you can't tame dragons. It's dangerous. You should see the burns Charlie's got on his cock from wild ones in Romania. I added some words there, can you tell? But they weren't wild. But there aren't wild bloody dragons in Britain. God save our gracious King. God live our noble King. God save the King. Send him victorious, happy and glorious. God, no one knows so much. God save the King. Who thought you'd be listening? Me reading about Harry Potter, and I'll start you singing the national anthem of Great Britain. No one knows the last bit of words, except for God Save the King, by the way. It's just tradition in Britain. Said Harry. Of course there are, said Ron. Common Welsh Green and Urban Blacks. The Ministry of Magic has a job hushing them up. I can tell you. Our lot have been keeping putting spells on muggles who spotted them, to make them forget. So what on earth's Hagrid up to? Said Hermione. When they knocked on the door, the gamekeepers about an hour later, they were surprised to see that all the curtains were closed. Hagrid called, "Who is it?" before he let them in, and then shut the door quickly behind them. It was stuffily hot inside. Ooh, nice. Even though it was such a warm day, there was a blazing fire on the gate. Excuse me a minute. I wish that wouldn't pick it up. Hagrid made them tea and offered them stoat sandwiches, which they refused. Stoat. What is a stoat? Anyone know? Anyone know? I'm going to look it up. Live recording, everyone. Stoats. Oh, fuck yeah, I'd eat that. That's like a weasel. It is a weasel. By the way, I looked it up. It was on Wikipedia.
I looked it up.
Where are we? There's something about stoat sandwiches. So you wanted to know, just ask me something, didn't ya? Huh? You wanted to know something? Yes, said Harry. There was no point beating about the bush.
No, well. I don't know about you, but I'd rather beat about the bush.
We were wondering if you could tell us what's guarding the Philosopher's Stone, apart from Fluffy.
Hagrid frowned at him.
Oh, of course I can't, he said. Number one, I don't know myself. Number two, you know too much already. So I won't be telling you if I could. That stone's here for a good reason. It was almost stolen out of Gringotts. I suppose you worked that out all by yourselves. Beats me how even you know about Fluffy. Oh, come on, Hagrid. You might not want to tell us, but you know everything that goes on around here, said Hermione in a warm, flattering voice, using a girly charm. It doesn't work on me, by the way. Hagrid's beard twitched. Does he not wash it? You gotta wash your beard. And they could tell he was smiling. Fucking cough. We only wondered who had done the garden. Really? Hermione went on. We wondered who Dumbledore had trusted enough to help him apart from his self. Hagrid just swelled at these last words. Harry and Ron beamed at Hermione. Whew. Whew. Well, I don't suppose it could hurt telling yous. Now, let us see. Fuck, it's been a long week. He borrowed Fluffy from me, and some of their teachers did enchantments. Professor Sprout, Professor Flitwick, Professor McGurgle. He tricked them off on his fingers. Professor Quirrell and Dumbledore himself did something. Oh, cool. Hang on, I've forgotten something. Yeah, fucking hell. Ah, fuck, I shouldn't have that instead of I tried yesterday. Ah, fuck. Oh, yeah, Professor Snape. Snape? Yeah, you're not supposed to... hang on. About... Oh, yeah, you're not supposed to... Yeah, you're not still on about that, yes. Look, Snape helped protect the stone. He's not about to steal it for himself and then go down to Cashie's and sell it on. That's something I like to see. The fucking that's probably a cut C, right? In like an extra C. It's probably on the DVD. I don't know. I've never watched the delete scenes. Right, there's Snape got the fucking Philosopher's Stone in his hand, and there he is going to a cashies and like a cash converters. And he's handing it over to the woman. She goes, "What the fuck is this?" Oh man! Now that would make the film 10 times better. Harry knew Ron and Hermione were thinking the same as he was. If Snape had been in on protecting the stone, it must have been easy to find out about how the other teachers had guarded it. He probably knew everything, except it seemed Quirrell's spell, and how to get past Fluffy. You're the only one who knows how to... No. You're the only one who knows how to get past Fluffy, aren't you now, Hagrid? Ah, come on, big boy, let us know, said Harry anxiously. You wouldn't tell anyone, would you? Not even one of the teachers? Not a fucking soul knows, except me and, of course, good old Dumbledore, said Hagrid proudly. Well, that's something. Harry muttered to the others. Hagrid, can we open a window? I'm fucking sweating. Like Jimmy Savile at an all-girls school. Shot fires to a dead pedo. Alleged pedo. He wasn't actually prosecuted. I have to put that in there. Alleged. He wasn't actually prosecuted, but he probably did do it. But it was an alleged accusation. I have to put that in there for legal reasons. I'm not the BBC who goes around to a celebrity's house and films them while they're having a raid. That actually did happen. I'm not going to say which celebrity. I'm going to make it hard for you buggers to know which news story you're on about. But it did happen. I watched it live. Can't Harry? Sorry about that, said Hagrid. Harry noticed him glancing at the fire. Harry looked at it too. Hagrid, what's that? But he already knew what it was. In the very heart of the fire, underneath the kettle, was a huge black egg. Ah, here we go, said Hagrid, fiddling nervously with his beer. That's no, fuck, I'm talking to the Weasley, whose dad works for the Ministry of Magic. Where did you get it from, Hagrid? Said Ron, crouching over the fire to get a closer look at the egg. It must have cost you a fortune. I won it, said Hagrid. Last night I was down the village having a few bevies, and I got into a game of cards with a stranger. I think he was quite glad to get rid of it, to be honest with you. But what are you going to do with it when it hatches? Said Hermione. Well, I've been doing some reading. That's why I was in the fucking library a minute ago, said Hagrid, pulling out a large book from underneath his pillow. I got this out of the library. Dragons reading for pleasure and profit. It's a bit out of date, of course, but it's all in here. Keep the egg in the fire, 'cause their mothers breathe on them. See, and when it hatches, feed it on a bucket of brandy mixed with chicken blood every half hour. Ah, see here how to recognise different eggs. Now, what I got is a Norwegian Ridgeback, but I don't know about any other. But the Norwegian Ridgebacks I do know about. They're very rare to see, they are. He looked very pleased with himself, but Hermione didn't. Hagrid, you live in a wooden fucking house. Hagrid, you live in a wooden fucking house. You gotta put the 2 and 2 together there, Hagrid. Dragon, breathes fire, house, Bernie, you, homeless. She said, but Hagrid couldn't give a flying fuck. He was humming merrily as he stoked the fire. So now they had something else to worry about. What might happen to Hagrid if anyone found out that he was hiding an illegal dragon in his hut? Wonder if what's it like to have a piece of life, said to one side, as evening after evening they struggled to get through all the extra homework they were getting. Hermione had now started making revision timetables for Harry and Ron. What a bitch! It was driving them mad. Yeah, it was driving them mad. It would drive me fucking mad. Like, this book's driving me mad. Are the men in the white jackets coming yet for Zach? Producer. You're already a fucking man. You're already right behind the twat. Hey, no need to call your star that. Wanker. Where were we? Then one breakfast time, Hegwin brought Harry another note from Hagrid. He had only written 2 words. It's hatching! Oh shit! Ron wanted to skip her orgy and go down to the hut. Hermione wouldn't hear of it. Hermione, how many fucking times in our lives are we gonna see a dragon hatching? You dumb bitch. We've got lessons, we'll get into trouble. And that's nothing to see what Hagrid's going to be in when someone finds out what he's doing. Shut up, you tart, Harry whispered. Malfoy was only a few feet away, and he had stopped dead to listen. How much he had heard. Harry didn't like the look on Malfoy's face at all. What a bastard. Ron and Hermione argued all the way down to herbology. Is herbology that shorthand for how to grow your own? If you know what I mean. You know what I mean, lads. Hey. And in the end, Hermione agreed to run down to Hagrid's hut with the other 2 during morning break. Let you read up a quick sip. What's up? When the bell sounded from the castle at the end of their lesson, the 3 of them dropped their towels at once and hurried through the grounds to the edge of the forest. Hagrid greeted them, flushed and excited. It's nearly out. Come on, get me up. He hushed them inside. The egg was lying on the table. There was a few cracks in it, and something was moving inside. A funny clicking noise was coming from it. They drew their chairs up to the table and watched with bated breath. Here we go. At once there was a scraping noise, and the egg split open. A baby dragon flopped onto the table. It wasn't exactly pretty. Harry thought it looked like a crumpled black umbrella. Its stringy wings were huge compared to its skinny black body. And it had a long snout with wide nostrils, stubs of horns, and bulging orange eyes. It sneezed. Oh man, I'm gonna have to fake his sneeze. Hang on. That's the best fake sneeze I can do. Sorry, I'm not a voice actor. I'm a reader. A couple of sparks flew out of its snout. Isn't it wonderful? Isn't she gorgeous? Hagrid muttered. He reached out a hand to stroke the dragon's head. It snapped at his fingers, showing pointed fangs. Bless him, look, he already knows his mummy. Said Hagrid. Hagrid, said Hermione, how fast do Norwegian redbacks grow exactly? Hagrid was about to answer when the colour suddenly drained from his face. He leapt to his feet and ran to the window. Oh, what's the matter? Someone's looking for the gap through the fucking curtains. It's a kid. He's running back up to the school. Oh, fuck. Harry bolted to the door and looked out. Even at a distance, there was no mistaking him. Malfoy had seen the dragon. Don't! Something about the smile lurking on Malfoy's face during the next week made Harry, Ron and Hermione very fucking nervous. They spent most of their free time in Hagrid's darkened hut trying to reason with him. Just let him go. Please, just let him go, urged Harry. Set him free! Set him free! Oh, please, find a song that goes, set you free, set him free and let it there, editor, and edit that in instead of my words. I think it is called set me free or something. I don't know. I can't, said Hagrid. He's too little. He'll die. They looked at the dragon. He had grown 3 times in length just in a week. Smoke kept fuming out of his nostrils. Hagrid hadn't been doing his gatekeeping duties because the dragon was keeping him so busy. There were empty bottles of brandy and chicken feathers all over the floor. I've decided to call him Norbert, said Hagrid, looking at the dragon with misty eyes. He really knows me now. Watch. Norbert! Norbert! Where's Mummy? Where's Mummy? Love you, Norbert. He's lost his fucking marbles, muttered Ron in Harry's ear. Hagrid, said Harry loudly. Give it a fortnight and Norbert's going to be as long as your house. Malfoy could go to Dumbledore at any moment. Hagrid bit his lip. I know. I can't keep him forever, but I can't just dump him. I can't. He's my friend. Oh, poor Hagrid. Oh, I feel sorry for the little man. Sorry, big man. Oh, dear. Harry suddenly turned to Ron. Charlie, he said. You're losing it fucking too, are you? You and him are going to be in the same fucking padded wagon, aren't you? Said Ron. I'm Ron, remember? No, Charlie, your brother. In Romania, studying dragons. We could send Norbert to him. Charlie could take care of him and put him back in the wild. Brilliant idea, said Ron. How about it, Hagrid? In the end, Hagrid agreed that they could send an owl to Charlie to ask him. The following week dragged by. Bit like a week in the middle of the month. Wednesday night found Hermione and Harry sitting alone in the corridor. No. Long after everyone else had gone to bed, the clock on the wall had just chimed midnight when the portrait hole burst open. Ron appeared out of nowhere as he pulled off Harry's invisibility cloak. He had been down to Hagrid's hut, helping him feed Norbert, who was now eating dead rats. By the crate! It fucking bit me, he said, showing him his hand, which had been wrapped in a bloody handkerchief. I'm not going to be able to wank for a week. I tell you, that fucking dragon is the most horrible animal I've ever met. But the way Hagrid goes on about it, you think it was Fluffy. A fluffy little bunny rabbit. I've always wanted to eat Bugs Bunny. I don't know about you. When it bit me, I told it off for fighting it. He told me off for fighting it. Bit like my dad's cat. And when I left, he was singing it a lullaby. The man's insane. Let's get the yellow wagon out for him. There was a tapping on the dark window. It's Hagrid, Harry said, hurrying to let her in. Do you have Charlie's answer? The three of them put their heads together to read the note.
Please read the note in your own voice. I'm going to read it in this voice. Dear Ron, how are you? Thanks for the letter. I'll be glad to take the Norwegian rep back, but it won't be easy getting me. I think the best thing will be to send him over with some friends of mine who are coming to visit me next week. Trouble is, they mustn't be seen carrying an illegal dragon. Could you get the Ridgeback up the tallest tower at midnight on Saturday? They can meet you there and take him away while it's still dark. Send me a letter as soon as possible. Kiss, kiss, love, Charlie. They looked at each other. We've got the invisibility cloak, said Harry. It shouldn't be too difficult. I think the cloak's big enough to cover two of us and Norbert. It was a mark of how bad the last week had been that the other two agreed with him. Fuck. Anything to get rid of Norbert and Malfoy. There was a hitch. By next morning, Ron's bitten hand had swelled to twice its normal size. He didn't know whether it was safe to go to Madame Puffray. She would recognise a dragon bite. By the afternoon, though, he had no choice. The cut had turned a nasty shade of green. Oh, a bit like that fucking abscess I had on my back I had to have operated on. Yeah, that was nasty. It looked as if Norbert's fangs were poisonous. Harry and Hermione rushed up to the hospital wing at the end of the day to find Ron in a terrible state in bed. It's not just meander, he whispered, although that feels like it's about to fall off. Malfoy told Madame Puffray he wanted to borrow one of my books so he could come and have a good laugh at me. He was threatening to tell her what really bit me. I told her it was a dog, but I don't think she believes me. I shouldn't have hit him at the Quidditch match. That's why he's doing it. Harry and Hermione tried to calm down Ron, who was going mental, like I am reading this shit. It'll be all over at midnight on Saturday, said Hermione. But this didn't smooth Ron at all. On the contrary, he sat bolt right up and broke into a sweat. Midnight on Saturday, he said in a hoarse voice. Oh no, I just remembered. Charlie's letter was in that Malfoy took. He's going to know we're going to get rid of Norbert. Fuck. Harry and Hermione didn't get a chance to answer. Madame Puffray came over at that moment and made them leave, saying Ron needed sleep. It's too late to change the plan now, Harry told Hermione. We haven't got time to send Charlie another hour, and this could be our only chance to get rid of Norbert. We'll have to risk it, and we
have got the invisibility cloak. Malfoy doesn't know about that. Don't fucking tell him. They found Fang the Boarhound sitting outside with a bandaged tail when they went to tell Hagrid, who opened the window to talk to them. I won't let you in, he puffed. Norbert's at a tricky stage. Nothing I can't handle, though. When they told him about Charlie's letter, his eyes filled with tears. Although that must have been because Norbert had just bitten him on the leg. Ah, it's alright, he's only got me boo. He's just playing, he's only a baby after all. The baby banged his tail on the wall, making the windows rattle. Harry and Hermione walked back to the castle, feeling that if they couldn't come quickly enough. Saturday, 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 Saturday night's alright, alright, alright. Ooh. I do love Elton John. Not in a gay way though. They would have felt sorry for Hagrid when the time came for him to say goodbye to Norbert, if they hadn't been so worried about that they had to do it. It was a very dark, cloudy night, and they were a bit late arriving at Hagrid's hut, because they had to wait for peace to fuck off. On their way into the entrance hall, they had been playing tennis against the wall. Who you think you fucking are? Novak Djokovic? Oh, can someone please edit in the Wimbledon theme tune just about here? You know, da 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 da. Da 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 da. No no no. Na 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 na. That one. Hagrid had Ron packed and ready in a large crate. He's got lots of rats and some brandy for the journey, said Hagrid in a muffled voice. And I've already packed his teddy bear in the case when he gets lonely. Oh, isn't that nice? At least he's got a teddy bear. From inside the crate came ripping noises that sounded to Harry as though Teddy might be having his head torn off. Bye-bye, Norbert, bye-bye. Oh, you bastards! As Harry and Hermione covered the crate with the invisibility cloak and stepped underneath it themselves. Mummy's never gonna forget you! You fucking bastards! Fuck you, government! Fuck you! How they managed to get the crate back up to the castle, they never know. Midnight tricked nearer as they heaved Norbert up the marble staircase in the entrance hall along the dark corridors. Up another staircase and another. Even one of Harry's shortcuts didn't make the work much easier. Nearly there! Fuck, this dragon's heavy. Fuck. Harry panted as they reached the corridor beneath the tallest tower. Then a sudden movement ahead of them made them almost drop the crate, forgetting they were already invisible. They shrank into the shadows, staring at the dark outlines of two people grappling with each other. 10 feet away, a plant stared.
Professor McGoogle in a tartan dressing gown and a hair knight had Malfoy by the ear. Yes, get in! Detention, you bastard! I've finally got the bastard! She shouted. And 20 points from Slytherin. Wandering about in the middle of the night. How dare you! Destroy the rules, huh? You bastard! My headset keeps falling off. You don't understand, Professor. Harry Potter's coming. He's got a dragon. Oh, what utter bullshit! How dare you tell me such lies? Tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies. Tell me lies. Oh, no, can't disguise. Come on, I see Professor Snape's on about you, Malfoy. The steep spiral staircase up to the top of the tower seemed the easiest thing in the world after that. Not until they stepped into the cold night air did they throw off the cloak. Glad to be able to breathe properly again. Hermione did a sort of a jig. And my Malfoy's got attention. I can almost sing. Oh my god! Please don't. Please don't. Hermione, don't. Harry advised her. Chuckling about Malfoy, they waited. Norbert was thrashing about in his crate, and about 10 minutes later, 4 broomsticks came swooping down out of the darkness. Charlie's friends were a cheery lot. They showed Harry and Hermione the harness they rigged up, so they could suspend Norbert between them. They all helped buckle Norbert safely into it, and then Harry and Hermione shook hands with the others and thanked them very much. And at last, Norbert was going, gone. I want to suck your blood. Gone. They stepped back down the spiral staircase, their hearts as light as their heads, now that Norbert was off them. No more dragon. Malfoy indignation. What could spoil their happiness? Von dying. That doesn't happen, by the way. Shame. Their answer was waiting at the foot of the stairs as they stepped into the corridor. Finch's face loomed suddenly out of the darkness. Well, he whispered. We're in trouble. They left the invisible cloak at the top of the tower. Fucking numbnuts. Chapter 15. The Forbidden Forest. Things couldn't have been worse. Finch took them down to Professor McGoogle's study on the first floor, where they sat and waited without saying a word to each other. Hermione was shitting herself. Excuses, alibis. Hey, read the fucking word right, thank you, twat. And wild cover-up stories chased each other around Harry's brain, each more feeble than the last. He couldn't see how they were going to get out of trouble this time. They were cornered. How could they have been so stupid to forget the cloak? Because they're fucking idiots. There was no reason on earth that Professor McGoogle would accept for being out of bed and creeping around the school in the dead of night, let alone
The fuck is that? That's alright. Sorry, everyone. I was reading the book, and a box was creeping down my back. Fucking hell. Where did we get to, sorry? Creeping around the school in the dead of night. Let alone being up with the tallest astronomy tower, which was out of bounds except for classes. Add Norbert and the invisibility cloak, and they might as well be packing their bags already. Oh, thank God if they were. Had Harry thought that things could have been worse? He was wrong. When Professor McGonagall appeared, she was leading Neville. Harry! Neville burst out the moment he saw the other two. I was trying to warn you. I heard Malfoy say he was going to catch you. He said you had a drug. Harry shook his head silently to shut up Neville. But Professor McGonagall had seen. She looked more likely to breathe fire than Norbert as she towered over the three of them.
Is she on the old women problems?
I would never have believed it, any of you bastards. Mr. Flynn says you were up the astronomy tower. It's 1 o'clock in the fucking morning. Explain your fucking selves. It was the first time Hermione had failed to answer a teacher's question.
Hooray! No one likes to know it all.
She was staring at her slippers, which were you know the ones what tarts wear, not tarts, chavs wear, them type of slippers, the ones with the hairy bit what goes over the foot of the you know the foot, the top of your foot, that bit, yeah. She was wearing them type of slippers. As still as a statue. Hope I ain't repeated that. I think I've got a good idea what's going on, you bastards, said Professor McGonagall. It doesn't take a genius to work it out. You fed Draco Malfoy some cock and ball bollocks story about a dragon trying to get him out of bed and into trouble. I've already caught him. Ha ha! I suppose you think it's funny that Longbottom heard the story and believed it too. Harry caught Neville's eye and tried to tell him without words this wasn't true. Because Neville was looking stunned and hurt. Poor blundering Neville. Harry knew what it... fucking hell, what... Yeah, Harry knew what it must have cost him to try and find them in the dark, to warn them.
I'm more fucking disgusted with you idiots!
4 students out of bed in one night. I've never heard of such a thing before. You fucking youngsters get worse and worse each generation. You, Miss Granger, I thought you had more common sense. And as for you, Mr. Potter, I thought Gryffindor meant more to you than this. All 3 of you will receive detentions because you've been a bunch of twats. Yes, you too. Mr. Longbottom. Fuck's sake, computer, stay on. Nothing gives you the right to walk around in school at night. Especially these days, it's very dangerous. And 50 points will be taken from Gryffindor. 50? Fuck! Gasped Harry. They will lose the lead. The lead he had won in the Quidditch match.
Fucking retard.
50 points each, said Professor McGonagall, breathing heavily through her pointed nose. Professor, please! You can't! Don't tell me what I can and can't do, you fucking wankers! Potter!
Potter!
Now, get back to bed, all ears, before I smack you up once. I've never been more ashamed of Gryffindor students. I bet she has. 150 points lost. That's how much Everton's going to lose in what's it, FP? No, FRP? Point reductions?
Everton, get used to hearing this on a Saturday night. And we start today from the EFL Championship, where it's Everton versus some other fucking club no one gives a fuck about. Hey, the four Everton fans, hello.
That put Gryffindor into last place. In one night they had ruined any chance Gryffindor had. Yes, there's two hads, I have to read it how it is. For the House Cup. Harry felt as though the bottom had dropped out of his stomach. No, that's called... that's bad if the bottom drops out your stomach, because that's where all your stomach acid really lies. So, because then... yeah, you'd be dead! Dude! Damn! How could they ever make up for this? Harry didn't sleep all night. He could hear Neville sobbing into his pillow, what seemed for hours. Oh, bless Neville. Does he want a tissue? Where are we? Harry couldn't think of anything to comfort him. I could. He knew Neville, like himself, was dreading the dawn. What happens when the rest of Gryffindor find out what they have done?
It involves some fist-to-head action. Stay tuned for that!
Please like and subscribe. And turn off that notification bell. Just in case you missed the latest vid. I don't give a fuck. At first, Gryffindor passing the great hourglass that recorded the house points the next day thought there had been a mistake. How could they suddenly have 150 points fewer than yesterday? And then the story started to spread. Harry Potter, the famous Harry Potter, their hero of 2 Quidditch matches, had lost them all their points. Him and a couple of other stupid first years.
Well, name and shame, that was Neville and Hermione. Please do keep up with this story. I know it's a shit story, but do keep up with it. It might get better on page. Hang on. Oh, fuck's sake. 332. It might get better, it might not. Stay tuned to find out.
From being one of the most popular and my people at the school, Harry was suddenly the most hated. All a bit like your favourite YouTuber when they've been found out doing naughty stuff. Even Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffers turned on him. Aha, dickhead! Because they have been longing to see Slytherin lose the House Cup. Everywhere Harry went, people pointed and didn't trouble to lower their voices as they insulted him. Insults like this. Oi, Potter, you wanker! Twat! Wanker, you twat! Pinnock! Twonk! Go fuck yourself, you piece of shit! Potter sucks cock. Potter sucks dick. For the Americans. Slytherins, on the other hand, clapped as he walked past them, whistling and cheering. Thanks, Potter, we owe you one, son. We fucking love you. Hey! Only Ron stood by him. They'll all forget about this in a few weeks. Fred and George has lost loads of points in all the time they've been here, and people still like them. They've never lost 150 points in one fucking go, though, have they? Harry said miserably. Well, no, not really, no. Nah, you're a bit on your fucking own there, Potter, Ron admitted. It was a bit late to repair the damage, but Harry swore to himself not to meddle in things that weren't his business from now on. Well, I wish they wouldn't write another fucking couple of books about him. I wish they remembered what they just wrote there. He had it with sneaking around and spying. He felt so ashamed of himself that he went to Wood and offered to resign from the Quidditch team. Resign? We'd fucking resign? How dare you? What good would that do? How are we going to get any points back if we can't win at fucking Quidditch? But even Quidditch has lost its fun. The rest of the team wouldn't speak to Harry during practice, and if they had to speak to him, they called him the Seeker. Well, that's at least something. I've been called a lot worse. Mainly, you fat bastard. Or naughty other words. Go back a few chapters. It's the name of the currency. Hermione and Neville were suffering too. They didn't have a bad time as Harry, because they weren't as well known. But nobody would speak to either of them. Hermione had stopped drawing attention to herself in class, keeping her head down and working in silence. Good girl. Harry was almost glad that the Sams weren't far away. Excuse me, I have built up some gas tonight. All the revision he had done to keep his mind off his misery. He, Ron and Hermione kept to themselves, working late into the night, trying to remember the ingredients in complicated potions, learn charms, and spell off by heart. Memorising the dates of magical discoveries and goblin rebellions. This school sounds like shit. Then about a week before the exams were due to start, Harry's new religion. Talking to my religion. No, it's not that one. Harry's new resolution. Fuck knows. You know how it said. Not to interfere in anything that didn't concern him was put to an unexpected test. Walking back from the library on his own one afternoon, he heard somebody whimpering from a classroom ahead. As he drew closer, he heard Quirrell's voice. No, please! No, not again, please! No! It sounded as though someone was threatening him. Harry moved closer. Alright. He heard Quirrell sob. Next second, Quirrell came hurrying out of his classroom. Straightening his turban, he was pale and looked as though he was about to cry. Oh, isn't that a shame, boys and girls? Here, have a tissue. He strode out of sight. Harry didn't think Quirrell had noticed him. He waited until Quirrell's footsteps had disappeared, then peered into the classroom. It was empty, but a door stood ajar at the other end. Harry was halfway towards it before he remembered what he had promised himself about not meddling. All the same, he have gambled 12 Philosopher's Stones that Snape had just left the room. And from what Harry had just heard, Snape would be walking with a new spring in his step. Quirrell seemed to have given in at last. Harry would go back to the library, where Hermione was testing Ron on astronomy.
Fuck knows how to say that word. I'm not Russell Grant.
Harry told them what he had heard. Snape's done it again, then, said Ron. If Quirrell told him how to break his anti-defense spell. There's still Fluffy, though, said Hermione. Maybe Snape's found out how to get past him without asking Hagrid, said Ron, looking up at the thousands of books surrounding them. I bet there's a book somewhere in here telling you how to get past a giant three-headed dog. So what do we do, Harry? The light of adventure was kindling again in Ron's eyes, but Hermione answered before Harry could. Go to Dumbledore. That's what That's what we should have done ages ago. If we try anything ourselves, we'd be thrown out for sure. Oh, no, boo, why didn't they try it? But we got no proof. Quirrell's too scared to back us up. Snape's the only one who's got to say he doesn't know how the trolls got in at Halloween. And that he was nowhere near the third floor. What do you think they'll believe? Excuse me, I've got real bad gas. Where are we? Him or us? It's not exactly a secret. We fucking hate him. We hate his guts. Dumbledore will think we're making it up to get him sad. Flinch wouldn't help us if his life depended on it. He's too friendly with Snape. And the more students he'll get thrown out, the better, he thinks. And don't forget, we're not supposed to know about the stone or Fluffy. Takes a lot of explaining. Well, get your thinking caps on together. Here we go. Hermione looked convinced, but Ron didn't. If we just do a bit of poking around. No, said Harry flatly. We've done enough poking around. He pulled up a map of Jupiter towards him and started to learn its moons. The following morning, notes were delivered to Harry, Hermione and Ron at the breakfast table. They were all the same. Your detention takes place at 11 o'clock tonight. Meet Mr. Flinch in the entrance door. Signed, Professor M. McGonagall. Harry had forgotten that they still had detentions to do. In the 4-0 over the points they had lost. He half expected Hermione to complain that this was a whole night revision lost. But she didn't say a word. Like Harry, she felt the same. They deserved what they got. At 11 o'clock that night, they said good night to Ron in the common room and went down to the entrance hall with Neville. Flint was already there.
And so was Malfoy. Harry had forgotten that Malfoy had a detention too. "Follow me," said Flinch, lighting a lamp and leading them outside. "I bet you think twice about breaking a school rule again, won't you?" He continued luring at them. "Oh yes, harder campaign are the best teachers, if you ask me. It's a pity they let the old punishments die out. Hang you by the wrist from the ceiling for a few days. I've still got the chains in my office. Keep them well oiled just in case they're ever needed. Right, off we go. And don't think of running off now. It could be worse for you if you do." They marched off across the dark grounds. Neville kept sniffling. Yes, I just put the mic up my nose, if you was asking. Harry wondered what their punishment was going to be. It must be something really horrible, or Flinch wouldn't be sounding so delighted. Maybe he's just a happy bugger. The moon was bright, but clouds scuttering across it kept throwing them into darkness. Ahead, Harry could see the light windows of Hagrid's hut. Then they heard a distant shout. "Is that you, Flinch? Hurry up, I want to get started. Come on, you dickhead." Harry's heart rose. If they were going to be working with Hagrid, it wouldn't be so bad. His relief must have shown in his face, because Flinch said, "I suppose you'll be thinking you'll be enjoying yourself with that fat old oaf. Well, think again, boy. It's into the forest we're going, and I'm much mistaken if you'll come out in one piece. Something's going to bite you." "Something's going to bite your cock off." At this, Neville let out a little moan. And Malfoy stopped dead in his tracks. "The forest?" That wasn't Malfoy's voice. "The forest?" he repeated. He didn't sound quite as cool as usual. "We can't go in there at night. There's all sorts in there. Werewolves, I've heard." What a dickhead. Neville clutched the sleeve of Harry's robe and made a choking noise. Just like your sister does. Yes, I just deep-throated the mic there. Don't ask why. I hope the mic's still okay. Testing, 1, 2, testing. Yeah, lines are coming up, so. "That's your lookout, isn't it?" Yeah, said Flinch, his voice cracking with glee. Should them have fought werewolves before you got in trouble, shouldn't you? Yeah. Hagrid came striding towards them out of the dark, Fang at his heel. He was carrying a large crossbow, and a quiver of arrows hung over his shoulder. Where did we get to before I was interrupted? About time! About fucking time you've come. I've been waiting nearly half a fucking hour already. Alright, Hermione? I shouldn't be too friendly to them, Hagrid, said Finch coldly. They are here to be punished after all. That's why you're fucking late, is it? Said Hagrid, frowning at Finch. Been lecturing them, huh? Shut your place to do that, yeah? You've done your bit. I'll take over from here now, you wanker. I'll be back at dawn, said Flint. For what's left of them, he added nastily. And he turned and started back towards the castle, his lamp bobbing away in the darkness. Malfoy turned to Hagrid. I'm not going in that forest. No, I'm not going in that forest, he said, and Harry was pleased to hear the note of panic in his voice. Yeah, you are if you want to stay at Hogwarts, you little shite, said Hagrid fiercely. You've done wrong, and now you've got to pay for it, you bastard. But this is servant stuff. It's not for students to do. I thought I'd be writing lines or something. If my father knows I'll be doing this, he'll tell you that how it is at Hogwarts. Hagrid growled. Writing lines? What's that good for fucking anyone? Do something useful, or get fucked. If you think your father's rather... No, if you think your father'd rather you were a spell, then get back off to that castle and pack. Go on, fuck off. Malfoy didn't move. He looked at Hagrid fiercely, but then dropped his gaze. Right then, said Hagrid. Now, listen carefully. Case it's dangerous, what we're going to do tonight, and I don't want no one taking any risks. Follow me over here for a moment. What is this accent? I rather like it. He led them to the very edge of the forest. Am I having a stroke? What's going on? Holding his lamp high, he pointed down a narrow, winding earth track that disappeared into the thick black trees. A light breeze lifted their hair as they looked into the forest. Ah, look there, said Hagrid. See that stuff shining on the ground? Silvery stuff. That's unicorn blood. There's a unicorn been here, hurt badly by something. This is the second time in a week. I found one dead last Wednesday. Must have been last Wednesday. Well, I went for my chippy on Tuesday. Thursday, I went to the pub. Friday, I went to the pub. Saturday, I went to the pub. Sunday, I didn't go to the pub. I went to church. Then went to the pub. And then Monday, I went to the pub. So, yeah, it must have been last Wednesday. We're going to try and find the poor thing. We might have to put it out for its misery.
And what if whatever hurt the unicorn finds us first? Said Malfoy, unable to keep the fear out of his face. There's nothing that lives in the forest that will hurt you if you're with me or Fang, said Hagrid. And keep to the path right now. We're going to split into 2 parties and follow the trail in different directions. There's blood all over the place. It must have been staggering. A bit like when I come out of the pub on Friday. I was staggering a bit. Oh my god, I was staggering so much I nearly pissed myself. It must have been staggering around a bit since last night, at least. I want Fang, said Malfoy quickly, looking at Fang's long teeth. Alright, but I warn you, he's a coward, said Hagrid. So, me, Harry and Hermione go in one way, and Draco, Malfoy and Fang go in the other. Now, if anyone finds this unicorns, we'll end up green sparks, right? Get your wands out and practice now. That's it, and if anyone gets into trouble, send up red sparks. And we'll all come out to find you. So be careful and let's go. The forest was black and silent. A little way into it they reached a fork in the earth path, and Harry, Hermione and Ron took the left path, while Malfoy, Neville and Fang took the right. They walked in silence, their eyes onto the ground. Every now and then a ray of moonlight across through the branches above lit a spot of silver blue blood on the fallen leaves. Harry saw that Hagrid looked very worried. Could a werewolf be killing the unicorns? Asked Harry. No, not fast enough, said Hagrid. It's not easy to catch a unicorn. They're powerful magical creatures. I never knew one to be hurt before. They walked past a mossy tree stump. Harry could hear running water. There must be a stream somewhere close by. Oh, for fuck's sake, I need a piss now. I've just heard that. But there was still lots of unicorn blood here and there along the winding path. You're right there, Hermione, whispered Hagrid. Don't worry, I've can't gone far if it's badly hurt, and then we'll be able to get there. Get behind that fucking tree! Hagrid seized Harry and Hermione and hoisted them off the path behind a towering oak tree. He pulled an arrow and fitted it into his crossbow, raising it ready to fire. The 3 of them listened. Something was scattering over dead leaves nearby. It sounded like a cloak trailing along the ground. Hagrid was squinting up the dark path, but a few seconds and the sound faded away. I fucking knew it, he muttered. There's something in here that shouldn't be. A werewolf? Harry suggested. That wasn't no fucking werewolf, and that wasn't a no fucking unicorn either, said Hagrid grumpily. Right, for me, but be careful now. They walked more slowly, ears strained for the faintest sound. Suddenly, in a clearing ahead, something definitely moved. Who's there? Hagrid called. Show your fucking self. I'm armed. You're surrounded by armed bastards. And in the clearing came Was it a man? Was it a horse? To the wrist, a man with red hair and a beard. But below was a horse, gleaming chestnut body, with a long reddish tail. Harry and Hermione's jaws dropped. Oh, it's only you, Lorna, said Hagrid in relief. How is? He walked forward and shook the senator's hand. Oh, good evening to you, Hagrid, said Ronan. He had a deep, sorrow voice. Were you gonna shoot me, you bastard? You can't be too careful now these days, Ronan. That's why you always keep a condom in your wallet. Right? Just to put it at hand. You can't be too careful with the wankers around you these days. Said Hagrid, patting his crossbow. There's something bad loose in their soils. This is Harry Potter and Hermione Granger, by the way. Students up at the school. And this is Ronan Utah. He's a senator. We've noticed, said Hermione faintly. Good evening, said Ronan. Students, how are you? And do you learn much up at the school? A bit, said Hermione timidly. A bit, well, that's something. Ronan sighed. He flung his head and stared at the sky. Mars is bright tonight. Yeah. Hagrid glanced up too. Listen, I'm glad we've run into each other, Ronan, because there's a unicorn been badly hurt. You seen anything? Ronan didn't answer immediately. He stared unblinkingly up towards, and then sighed again. Always the innocent are the first victims, he said. So has it been for ages past, or is it so now? Yeah, said Hagrid. Well, have you seen anything, Ronan? Anything unusual? Mars is bright tonight, Ronan repeated. Well, Hagrid watched him impatiently. Unusually bright. Yeah, but I meant something unusual a bit nearer home, said Hagrid. So have you noticed anything fucking strange? Yet again, Ronan took a while to answer. At last he said, the forest hides many secrets. A movement in the trees behind Ronan made Hagrid raise his crossbow again. But it was only a second senator, black-haired and bodied and wider looking than Ronan. Oh, Blade, said Hagrid. All right. Good evening, Hagrid. I hope you're well. That was like reading the BBC News there. Good evening. And welcome to this week. And welcome to the 6 o'clock news. Here's the stories. Government's fucked the government again. Tony Blair's a wanker. And Nigel Farage has drunk a beer. Those were the main headlines. Well enough. Look, I've just been asking Ronan, have you seen anything odd in here lately? There's a unicorn been injured. Would you know anything about it? Blaine walked over to stand next to Ronan. He looked skyward. Mars is bright tonight, he said simply. We fucking heard that, said Hagrid grumpily. Well, if you do see anything, let us know, won't you? We'll be off then. Harry and Hermione. Oh, that's not bad. We've only got 8 pages to read. I've lost my ticket. Oh, fuck. and Hermione following about the clearing, staring over their shoulders at Ronan and Blaine, until the trees blocked their view. Never! Said Hagrid irritably, trying to get a straight answer out of a senator. Ruddy stargazers, not interested in anything closer than the moon. Are there many of them in here? Asked Hermione. A fair few. Keep themselves to themselves mostly, but they are good enough about turn up if you ever want a word. They're deep-minded senators. They know things. Just don't let on much. Do you think that was the senator we heard earlier? Said Harry. Did that sound like who's to you? Nah, if you ask me, that's what's been killing the unicorns. Never heard anything like that before. They walked on through the dense, dark trees. Harry kept nervously looking over his shoulders. He had a nasty feeling they were being watched. He was very glad that they had Hagrid with his crossbow. They had just passed a bend in the path when Hermione grabbed Hagrid's arm. Hagrid, look! Red sparks! The others are in trouble. You two wait here! Hagrid shouted. Stay in the path or I'll come back for you. They had heard him crashing away through the undergrowth and stood looking at each other very scared until they couldn't hear a fucking thing but the rustling of leaves around them. You don't think they've been hurt, do you? Whispered Hermione. I don't care if Malfoy has, but if something's got Neville, it's our fault he's here in the first place. The minutes dragged by, their ears seemed sharper than usual. Harry seemed to be picking up every sigh of the wind, every crackling twig. What's going on? Where the others? Where was the others?
Oh, fucking hell, read the things, that.
At last, a great crunching noise announced Hagrid's return. Malfoy, Neville and Fang were with him. Hagrid was fuming. Malfoy, it had seemed, had been sneaking up behind Neville and grabbed him for a joke. Neville had panicked and sent up sparks. We'll be lucky to try and catch anything now with the racket you two are making. Right, we're changing groups. Neville, you stay with me and Hermione. Harry, you go with Fang and this twat. I'm sorry. I'm fucking sorry, Harry. You have to go with him. Hagrid added in a whisper to Harry, but he'll be a harder time fighting you, and we've got to get this done. Pompous idiot. So Harry set off into the heart of the woods with Malfoy and Fang. They walked for nearly half an hour, deeper and deeper into the forest, until the path became almost impossible to follow because the trees were so thick. Harry thought the blood seemed to be getting thicker. There were splashes on the roots of a tree, as the poor creature had been thrashing about in pain close by. Harry could see a clearing ahead through the tangles of branches out of ancient oak. Look, he muttered, holding his arm out to stop Malfoy. Something bright white was gleaming on the ground. They inched closer. It was the unicorn, all right. It was dead. Hooray! Hooray! She could have just like, the unicorn were dead. But you know. Oh, she did. Harry had never seen anything so beautiful and sad. What about a dead dog? Harry. Dead goat. That's quite beautiful and sad. When they're dead. It had long, slender legs. No, its long, slender legs were stuck out at odd ankles, where it had fallen, and its mane was spread pearly white on the dark leaves. Harry had taken one step towards it when a slithering sound made him freeze where he stood. A bush on the edge of the clearing quivered. Then out of the shadows a hooded figure came crawling across the ground like some stalking beast. Harry, Ron and Fang stood transfixed. The cloaked figure reached the unicorn. It lowered its head over the wound on the animal's side and began to drink its blood. Malfoy let out a terrible scream and bolted. So did Fang. The hooded figure raised its head and looked straight at Harry, unicorn blood dripping down its front. It got to its feet and came swiftly towards him. He couldn't move for fear. Then a pain pierced his head like never before. It was through his scar was on fire. He thought his scar was on fire. Fuck's sake, I can't read tonight. I'm having a dyslexic moment. Where are we? Something on fire. Half blinded, he staggered backwards. He heard hoofs behind him, galloping, and something jumped over the clearing, charging at the figure. The pain in Harry's head was so bad he fell to his knees. It took a couple of minutes to pass. When he looked up, the figure had gone. A senator was standing over him. Not Ron or Blaine. This one looked a bit younger. He had white blonde hair and a minor body. Are you alright? Said the senator, pulling Harry to his feet. Where did we get to, everyone? Yes, thank you. What was that? The senator didn't answer. He had eyes astonishingly blue, like pale sapphires. He looked clearly at Harry, his eyes lingering on the scar which stood out, livid, on Harry's forehead. You the Potter boy, he said. You had better get back to Hagrid. The forest isn't safe at this time, especially for you. Can you ride? It's a bit quicker. My name is Frelance, he added, as he lowered himself on his front legs so Harry could clamber on his back. There was definitely a sound of more galloping from the other side of the clearing. Ronan and Blaine came bursting through the trees, their flanks heavy and sweaty. Finesse! Blaine thundered. What are you doing? You have a human on your back. Have you no shame? Are you a common Mew? Do you realise who this is? Said Finesse. This is the Potter boy. The quicker he leaves the forest, the better. What have you been telling him? Growled Blaine. Remember, Finesse, we're sworn not to set ourselves against the heavens. We have not read what is to come into the movements of the planets. Ronan pawed the ground nervously. I'm sure Fenris thought he was acting for the best, he said in his gloomy voice. Bane kicked his black legs in anger. For the best? What is it to do with us? The senators are not concerned with what's been foretold. It's not our business to run around like donkeys after stray humans in our forest. Fenris suddenly reared onto his hind legs in anger, so that Harry could grab his shoulders to stay on. Did you not see that unicorn? Fenris bowed at Bane. Do you not understand why it was killed? Or have the planets not let you on in that secret? I set myself against what is lurking in this forest. Blaine. Yes, alongside humans, if I must. And Bernice whisked around with Harry clutching on as best as he could. They plunged into the trees, leaving Ronan and Blaine behind them. Harry didn't have a clue what the fuck was going on. Why is Blaine so angry? He asked. What was the thing that you saved me from anyway? Finish, slow to a walk, warned Harry to keep his head bowed in case of a low-hanging branch. I didn't answer Harry's question. They made their way through the trees in silence for so long that Harry thought Finesse didn't want to talk to him any more. They were passing through particularly dense patches of trees. However, when Finesse suddenly stopped, Harry Potter, do you know what unicorn is used for? No, said Harry, startled by the questions. We've only used the horns and hair tails and potions. That's because it's a monstrous thing to slay a unicorn. Only one who has nothing to lose and everything to gain would commit such a crime. The blood of a unicorn will keep you alive, even if you're within an inch from death. But at a terrible price. You have slayed something pure and defenseless to save yourself, and you will have but a half-life, a cursed life, from the moment the blood touches your lips. Harry stared at the back of Fener's head, which was draped in silver in the moonlight. But who would be that desperate? He wondered out loud. If you're going to be cursed forever, death's better, isn't it? Is it? It is, agreed Fernez. Unless all you need is to stay alive long enough to drink something else. Something that will bring you back to full strength and power. Something that will mean you can never die, Mr. Potter. Do you know what's hidden in the school at this very moment? The Philosopher's Stone, of course. The elixir of life. But I don't understand who. Can you think of nobody who has waited many years to return to power? Who's clung to life? Waiting their chance? It was a thought an iron fist had clearly clenched suddenly around Harry's heart. Over the rustling of the trees, he seemed to have met someone. Say he died. Cosbullets, in my opinion. Don't know if he had enough human left in him to die. Do you mean? Croaked Harry. That was Harry, are you all right? Hermione was running towards them down the path, Hagrid puffing behind her. I'm fine, said Harry, hardly knowing what he was saying. The unicorn's dead, Hagrid. It's in the clearing back there. This is where I will leave you, Fernez muttered as Hagrid hurried off to examine the unicorn. You are safe now. Harry slid off its back. Good luck, Harry Potter, said Fernez. The planets have been read wrongly before now, even by senators. I hope this is one of those times. He turned and carted back into the depths of the forest, leaving Harry shivering behind him. Ron had fallen asleep in the dark common room, waiting for them to return. He shouted something about Quidditch fouls when Harry shook him roughly to wake him. In a matter of seconds, though, he was wide-eyed as Harry began to tell him and Hermione what had happened in the forest. Harry couldn't sit down because his piles were hurting him so much. He paced up and down in front of the fire. He was shaking. Snape wants the stone for Voldemort, and Voldemort's waiting in the forest. And all this time we thought Snape was just wanting to get rich. Stop saying the name, Ron said in a terrified whisper. Excuse me. As if he thought Voldemort could hear him. Harry wasn't listening. Fernez saved me, but he shouldn't have. Blaine was furious. He was talking about interfering with what the planet's saying is going to happen. They must show that Voldemort's coming back. Blaine thinks Fernez should have... Oh, we're at the end of the thing. Hooray! Let Voldemort kill me. I suppose that's written in the stars as well. Will you stop saying his fucking name? Ron hissed. So all we've got to wait for now is Snape to steal the stone, Harry went on feverishly. Then Voldemort will be happy to come and finish me off. Well, I suppose Blaine will be happy. Hermione looked furious. No, she looked frightened, not furious. But she had a word of comfort. Harry, everyone says Dumbledore's the only one you know who was ever afraid of. With Dumbledore around, you know who wouldn't touch you with a barge pole. Anyways, who says the senators are right? It sounds like fortune telling to me, and Professor McGonagall says that's a very impressive branch of magic. The sky had turned light before they stopped talking. They went to bed exhausted, their throats sore. But the night surprises weren't over. When Harry pulled back his sheets, he found his invisibility cloak neatly folded underneath him. There was a note pinned to it. Just in case. Chapter 16. Through the Trapdoor. In years to come, Harry thought he'd never quite remember how he had managed to get through all these fucking exams when he had half expected Voldemort to come bursting through the door at any given time. Yet the days crept by, and there could be no doubt that Fluffy was still alive. Hooray! And well behind the locked door. Well, you fucking hope so. It's a free fucking headed dog, isn't it? Three fucking heads, one body. Dog's gonna win. It's a bit like an XL bully. Oh, topical conversation. It was a swelteringly hot day, a bit like in 2022, in that certain day in July in 2022, when we literally sweated our balls off. especially in the large classroom, I can imagine, where they had done their written papers. I really hated that. You sit in the fucking room, sweating your arse off, but you can't leave the room, even though you're sweating and your brain can't think, but you're sweating like a fucking paedophile on a rape charge. Oh shit, I can't say that one. Alfie's better cut that. I hope this mic's still working. Anyway, where did we get to? They had been given special new quills for the exam. Oh, lucky them. Which had been bewitched with an anti-cheating spell. Anti-cheating. It's a bit like Man City. Best not cheat. No, we've only got 151 FAP charges. We'll be fine. I'm not even a City supporter. They had a practical exam as well. Professor Flitwick called them one by one into his classroom to see if they could make a pineapple tap dust across his desk. She was going for a joke there, weren't she? One of them, what we call them jokes. That's it, the Big Bang Theory. Shit show. Professor McGoogle watched them turn a mouse into a snuff box. That's snuff for you. Points were given for how pretty the snuff box was, but taken away if it had whiskers. Snape made them all nervous, breathing down their necks while they tried to remember how to make a forgetfulness. Fuck it, you said that right. So, potion. Harry did the best he could, trying to ignore the stabbing pains in his forehead, which had been bothering him ever since his trip into the forest. Who gives a shit? Maybe you got a thorn in there, mate. I don't know. Do you go for a wash? Neville thought Harry had a bad case of exam nerves because Harry couldn't sleep. But the truth was that Harry kept being woken by his old nightmare. Except that it was now worse than ever because there was a hooded figure dripping in blood. Ooh, like most horror films. I hope that got into the film. Maybe it's because they hadn't seen what Harry had seen in the forest. Or because they didn't have burning scars on their foreheads. But Ron and Hermione didn't seem as worried about the stone as Harry. The idea of Voldemort certainly scared them. But they didn't keep visiting them in dreams. Should be in their dreams. God, can she write English? Oh, I forgot she's Scottish, so no, she can't write English. Thank you, I'm here all week. But it didn't care, and they were so busy with their revision that they didn't have much time to fret about Snape or anything else they might be up to. Their very last exam was the history of magic. Oh, I bet that's a good one. 1 hour of answering the questions about batty old wizards who invented self-stirring cauldrons, and they'll be free for a whole wonderful week until their exams come out. Hooray! Free! Freedom! Freedom! Things I want to say. George Michael. Freedom! Or Wham's Freedom, which is even better. Or there's another one. 'Cause you're free to do what you want to do. That's it all. 1996. Does that make you feel old? Does Flazak? When the ghost of Professor Binns told them to put down their quills and roll up their parchment, Harry couldn't help cheering with the rest. Hooray! 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 Well, that was far easier than I thought it would be, said Hermione, who's now a bloke. as they joined the crowd flocking into the sunny grounds. I need to have learnt about the 1637296 Wolf Code of Conduct. Or the uprising of Alfie the Eager. Who gives a shit? Hermione always liked to go through their exam papers afterwards. Meh. Don't ever do that, lads. You know, that's cheating. Seeing someone else's work. But once said this made him feel ill. He's a ginger. He's supposed to be ill every day. So they wandered down to the lake and flopped under a tree. The Weasley twins, even, and Lee Jordan were tickling the testicles. It doesn't say that, it's just it says tentacles. But I'm going to read testicles. Of a giant squid. It's even better. It writes itself to shit. Which was basking in the warmth shadows. No more religions! Hooray! Ron sighed happily, stretching out the grass. You could look a bit more cheerful, Harry. We've got a week before we find out exactly how bad we've all done. There's no need to worry yet. Harry was fobbing his foreskin. It was his forehead, sorry, I keep doing that. I wish I knew what this fucking meant. It's driving me fucking nuts, my scar. He burst out angrily. My scar keeps fucking hurting. It's throbbing like a bitch. It's happened before, but it's never happened as often as this. Oh, go to Madame Pomfrey, you twat, said Hermione. Well, she suggested it, I should say. More likely she said that. I'm not fucking ill, said Harry. I think it's a warning. It means danger's coming or some bullshit like that. One couldn't get worked up. It was too hot. Harry, relax. Hermione's right. The stone's safe as long as Dumbledore's around. Anyway, we've never had any proofs that Snape found out how to get past fluffing. He nearly had his leg ripped off once. He's going to try it again in a hurry. Oh, he's not even going to try it again in a hurry. And Neville will play Quidditch for England before Hagrid lets Dumbledore down. Well, good luck to Neville if he's going to play Quidditch for England. I hear there's a lot of Quidditch players around. Good luck getting in the squad with old Quidditch Skate. He only likes defenders. Harry nodded, but he couldn't shake off a lurking feeling that there was something he'd forgotten to do. Yeah, it's like when you've forgotten to shit all day. You go, oh, I haven't had a shit all day. Oh, I better go and try. Something important it was. Yeah, like having a shit. When he tried to explain this to Hermione... Hermione said, that was just the exams. I woke up last night and halfway through my transfiguration transgender notes before I remembered where we've done that one before. Yeah, that was perfect English. Well done. 10 points for Gryffindor. Harry was quite sure that the unsettling feeling didn't have anything to do with work, though. He watched an owl flutter towards the school across the Mr. bright blue sky, Mr. Blue Sky, here of I remember you this, I remember you this way. I love that song. EFR. Hello. I've actually seen the bloke who does the drumming in that song. Yeah. Banging. Absolute banger. Absolute bang of a tune that one is. And sweet talking woman. Look that one up as well. Banger. A note clamped into its mouth. Hagrid was the only one who'd ever sent him letters. Hagrid would never betray Dumbledore. Hagrid would never tell anyone how to get past Fluffy. Never. But Harry suddenly jumped to his feet. Where are you fucking off to? Said Ron sharply. I've just thought of something, said Harry. He had gone very white. We've got to go and see Hagrid now. Ron. Oh, fucking hell, why? Panted Hermione, hurrying to keep up. Don't you think it's a bit odd? Said Harry, scrambling up the grassy slope. That was Hagrid. Wants me more than anything is a dragon, and a stranger turns up who just happens to have an egg in his pocket. Pain in the arse, whoever that is. How many people wander out of dragon's eggs if it's against wizard law? Bit like drugs. Luckily they found Hagrid, don't you think? Why didn't I see it before? What the fuck are you on about? Said Ron. But Harry, sprinting across the grounds towards the forest, didn't bother to answer. Hagrid was sitting in an armchair outside his house, with his trousers and sleeves rolled up, and he was shelling peas into a large bowl. "Oh," he said, smiling. "You finished your exams? Got time for a drink then, lads? Yay! My favourite wizard to be. Yay!" "Oh, yes, fucking please," said Ron. But Harry cut him up. "Now, we're in a hurry, Hagrid. I've got something to ask you. You know that night you won Norbert. What did the stranger you were playing cards look like?" "I don't know." It's a bit like he works in fucking Argos, that. Have you ever been into Argos? Right? Ever been in Argos? Right? Are you asking a question until? Let me do a sketch for you. So I'm walking into Argos up the city centre because that's the closest fucking Argos. Why can't you shut your stores? So fuck are you? Why do these companies shut stores? We can't go on fucking line. I don't want to go online. Anyway, so I'm walking into Argos. Got going on to the fucking tablet anyway. Gotta do the fucking code, ain't you, out the book? Actually, you don't have to do that anymore. You have to do the look up the name of the product. Massive cock. Right. So you reserve it on the tablet, don't you? La 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 la. Go over to the thing. Go over to the till.
Cashier number 4, please.
Right, so you go to the cashier now.
Cashier number 4, please.
You go to that. Right. Keep up. Right. So you ask him a question. How big's the cock? Dunno. Who's vibrating me at this time of night? Dunno. Oh, it's Tyreece, everyone. Say hello to Tyreece. Oh, this is a recorded medium, so you won't be able to see Tyreece. Hang on. This is an added sketch, so you can guess what day I've recorded this. Hello Tyreece, you are live on Channel 5. Please don't swear, you bastard. Now, if you know the day I've recorded that, you can look it up in the group chat. Anyway, so I'm at Argos, right, on the cashier. So, how big's the cock? Dunno. I want 10 inches. Dunno. It said 8 in the book, but I measured it myself and I thought it was 10 inches. I don't know. So you buy it anyway, you hope and pray. You pray to every god known under the sun. Right, you get your little ticket, it's got a number. You quickly sit down in the shop on the mismatch of chairs they have in Argos, don't they? You ever been in? You know what I'm on about. And over the thing. Can order 614 please go to your collection point, please? That was order 614 to the collection point, please. And you hope to pray to God, the vicar upstairs with the hairy hand. You ever seen when it comes down the travelator? Right. And there's the hairy hand what peeps out of the top of it. He's been there fucking donkey's years. And nobody knows his name. I bet it's Gareth. Anyway. And you finally get your product and you celebrate when it's actually half decent and it works. Anyway, that was my story about Argos, which is a British chain for British people. Owned by Sainsbury's. Anyway, Hadri said, I don't know. Casually. He wouldn't take his cloak off. He saw the three of them look stunned and raise his eyebrows. Oh, where did I get to? It's not that unusual. You get a funny little forking hogshead. That's one of the pubs down the village. I might have been a dragon dinner you might have been. Ah. Never saw his face though, mind you. He kept his hood up. Harry sunk down next to the bowl of peas. Did you talk to him about Hagrid? What did you talk to him about, Hagrid? Did you mention Hogwarts at all? It might have came up. I was lost at the time, said Hagrid, frowning to keep as he tried to remember. Yeah, he asked a lot of questions. And I told him I was the groundskeeper here. I'm found to be the groundskeeper. He asked a bit about the sort of creatures I look after, so I told him. And I said what I really always wanted was a dragon. And then I can't remember too well. Because he keep asking me, Tyreece, you see I was lost. Help me now. Hang on, let me see, hang on. Yeah. Then he said he had a dragon's egg. And we could play cards for it. If I wanted. But he had to be sure I could handle it. He didn't want it to go to any old fucking home. So I told him after Fluffy. And a dragon would be easy. And he did seem interested in Fluffy. And did he seem very interested in Fluffy? Harry asked, keeping his calm cool. Well, yeah. How many three-headed dogs do you fucking meet? You never meet any, do you? Even around Hogwarts. So I told him, Fluffy's a piece of fucking cake. If you know how to calm him, just play with him a little bit. of music and he'll go straight off to sleep. Well, I hope the little bit of music is what's that one? His name was Lola. She was a showgirl. Barry Manilow. Leave me alone, I'm old. Hagrid suddenly looked horrified. I shouldn't have told you that, he blurted out. Forget I even said it. Hey, where are you off to? Harry, Ron and Hermione didn't speak to each other at all until they came to a halt in the entrance hall, which seemed very cold and gloomy after the grounds. We've got to go to Dumbledore, said Harry. Hagrid told that stranger how to get past Fluffy, and it was either Snape or Voldemort under that cloak. It must have been easy, once he got Hagrid so drunk. I just hope Dumbledore believes us. Ferdinand might back us up if Blaine didn't stop him. Where's Dumbledore's office? They looked around, as if hoping to see a nice shiny pointing sign to point them into the right direction. They had never been told where Dumbledore lived, nor did they really know anyone who had been to see him. We'll just have to... Harry began, but a voice suddenly came ringing across the hall. What are you three doing inside? It was Professor McGonagall, carrying a large pile of books. We want to see Professor Dumbledore, said Hermione. Rather bravely, Harry and Ron thought. I keep stumbling here. Keep up, sir. See Professor Dumbledore? Professor McGonagall repeated, as though this was a very fishy thing to want to do. Why? Harry swallowed. Now what? It's sort of a secret, he said. Yeah, like a fist of bed. But he wished... Let me catch it. But he wished at once he hadn't, because Professor McGonagall's nostrils flared. Because it's been all that cocaine snorted. Professor Dumbledore left 10 minutes ago, she said coldly. He received an urgent owl from the Ministry of Magic and flew off for London at once. He's gone? Said Harry frantically. Now? Professor Dumbledore is a very great wizard. Potter! He has many demands on his time. But this is important. Have you something you have to say is more important than the Ministry of Magic, Potter? Look, said Harry, throwing caution to the winds. Professor, it's about the Philosopher's Stone. Whatever Professor McGonagall was expecting wasn't that. The books she was carrying tumbled out of her arms, but she didn't pick him back up. How the fuck do you know that? She blurted. Professor, I think I know that someone's going to try and steal the stone, and I've got to tell Professor Dumbledore. She eyed him with a mixture of shock and suspicion. She'll be good at she wrote. Professor Dumbledore will be back tomorrow, she said, finally. I don't know how you found out about the stone, but rest assured no one can possibly steal it too. It's too well protected. But Professor Potter, I know what I'm talking about, she says shortly. She bent down, gathered up the fallen books. I suggest you go back outside and go and enjoy that lovely sun. But they didn't. It's tonight, said Harry. Once he was sure Professor McGonagall was out of earshot. Snape's going through the trapdoor tonight. He's found everything he needs, and he's now got old Dumbledore out of the way. He sent that note. I bet the Ministry of Magic will get a real shock when Dumbledore turns up. Well, you fucking hope not. You ever been somewhere where you're not supposed to be? Anyway, I've done that a few times. But what can we? Gasped Hermione. Harry and Ron wheeled around. Snape was standing there. Good afternoon, he said smoothly. They stared at him. I'm just staring at him. You shouldn't be inside on a day like this, he said, with an odd twisted smile. We were, Harry began without any idea what he was going to say. Bit like this commentator. Yeah, I don't fucking know what I'm going to say. You want to be a bit more careful, said Snape. Hanging around like this, people will think you're up to something, and Gryffindor really can't afford to lose any more points, can they? Harry flushed. They turned to go back outside, but Snape called them back. Be warned, Potter. Any more nighttime wanderings and I will personally make sure you're expelled. Good day to you, fine sir. Fuck off, Snape, said Potter. He didn't really. That was a Chiltern Way thing, wasn't it? Fuck off, teacher. Oh, fuck off, teacher. Oh. Have you ever watched Harry Enfield? Kevin the Teenager? That is Chiltern Way to a fine tea. If you ever watch it, you'll see Chiltern Way. I might send you some to the group chat. He strode off in the direction of the staff room. Out on the stone steps, Harry turned to the others. Right, here's what we got to do, he whispered urgently. One of us has got to keep an eye on Snape. Wait outside the staff room and follow him if he leaves it. Hermione, you do better at that. That's your job. Why me? Oh, it's fucking obvious, said Ron. You can pretend to be waiting for Professor Flitwick. You know, you dumb bitch. He'll put a high voice on. Oh, Professor Flitwick, I'm so worried. I think I've got a question. I think I've got question 14 wrong. B wrong. Oh, fuck off, said Hermione. Oh, fuck off, fucking... And shut the fuck up, you fucking bastard, said Hermione. But she agreed to go. And watch out for Snape. And we better stay outside the 3rd floor corridor, Harry told Ron. Come on. But that's part of the plan didn't work. No sooner had they reached the door, separating Fluffy from the rest of the school, than Professor McGonagall turned up again, and this time she had lost her temper. I suppose you think you're harder to get past than a pack of enchantments, she stormed. Enough of this nonsense. If I hear you've come anywhere near here again, I will take another 50 fucking points from Gryffindor. Yes, Weasley, for my own house. I don't give a shit anymore. I like this one. Harry and Ron went back to the common room. Wait, they already did it? Oh, okay. Harry had just said, well, at least Hermione's on Snape's tail, when the portrait of the fat lady swung open and Hermione came in. Oh, shit. Oh, I'm sorry, Harry, she wailed. Snape came out and asked me what I was doing, so I said I was waiting for Flitwick, and Snape went to get him. And I've only just got away. I didn't know where Snape went. Well, that's it then, isn't it? Said Harry. The other two stared at him. He was pale, and his eyes were glistering. I'm going out of here tonight, and I'm going to try and get to that stone first. Oh, you're fucking mad, said Ron. Oh, you're fucking hard, aren't you, mate? You can't. No, it says you can't. I fooled you there. You can't. Hey, there's no need to call me that, Hermione. No, I said can't. Stop calling me that. Can't. Banter, said Hermione. After what Professor McGonagall and Snape have said, you'll be expelled. So fucking what? Harry shouted. I don't understand. If Snape gets hold of the stone, Voldemort's coming back. She wrote this because she knew there was going to be more books. Haven't you heard what it was like when he was trying to take over? There won't be any Hogwarts to get expelled from. He'll flatten it and turn it into a school for the dark arts. Losing points doesn't matter anymore. Can't you see? No, I'm Stevie Wonder. Oh! Don't you think he'll leave you and your families alone if Gryffindor win the House Cup? If I get caught before I can get to the stone, well, I'll just have to go back to the Dursleys and wait for Voldemort to find me there. It's only dying a bit later that I would have done, because I'm never going to the dark side. Welcome to the dark side. I'm going through the trapdoor tonight, and nothing you two say is going to stop me. Voldemort killed my parents, remember? He glared at them. You're right, said Harry. No, you're right, Harry, said Hermione in a small voice. I'll use the invisibility cloak, said Harry. It's just lucky I got it back, innit? Ha ha! But will it cover all three of us, said Ron. All three of us? Oh, come off it. You don't think we're going to let you do it on your own? Well, of course not, said Hermione briskly. How do you think we're going to get to that stone without us? I better go and look through my books. There might be something useful. But if we get caught, you two will be expelled too. Not if I can help it, said Hermione grimly. Flitwick told me in secret that I got 112% on his exam. They're not throwing me out after that. Woohoo! I got 100 once on an exam. I'm not joking. I actually 100%ed it. I think I was the first person in the country to do it as well. That was the food hygiene exam. After dinner, the three of them sat nervously apart in the common room. Nobody bothered them. None of the Gryffindors had anything to say to Harry anymore. After all, this was the first night that he hadn't been upset by it. Hermione was skimming through all the notes, hoping to come across one of the enchantments that they were about to try and break. Harry and Ron didn't talk much either. Both of them were thinking about what they were about to do. Slowly the room emptied as people drifted off to bed and saw there were fuck all on the telly. I better go and get that cook, said Ron muttered, as Lee Johnson finally fucked off, after seeing enough of Babe Station. Stretching and yawning, Harry ran upstairs to the dark dormitory. He pulled out the cloak, and then his eyes fell on the flute Hagrid had given him for Christmas. Could someone check that? I'm not going to read that chapter again. He pockets it to use on Fluffy. He didn't feel much like singing. He ran back down to the common room. We better put the cloak on here and make sure it covers all three of us. If Flinch spots one of our feet wandering along on its own, we're fucked. What are you doing? A voice from the corner asked. Neville appeared from behind an armchair, clutching Trevor the Toad, who looked as though he had been making another bid for freedom. Nothing, Neville, nothing. Don't you worry, buddy, said Harry, hurriedly putting on the cloak behind his back. Neville even stared at their guilty faces. You're going out again, aren't you, you fucking idiots? He said. No. No, said Hermione. No, we're not. No. Bad Neville thinking that. No. Why don't you go to bed, Neville? Yes, Neville, go to bed. Yes. Harry looked at the grandfather clock by the door. They couldn't afford to waste any more time. Snape might even be now playing Fluffy to sleep. You can't go out. Stop saying that word, Neville. I said you can't. Said, you'll be caught again. Gryffindor will be in even more trouble. Oh, you don't understand, said Harry. This is important. But Neville was clearly steeling himself to do something desperate. I won't let you do it, he said. Hurrying to stand in front of the porthole. I'll fight you, son. Neville! Ron exploded. Get away from that hole! Don't be an idiot, you twat! Don't you call me an idiot, said Neville. I don't think you should be breaking any more rules. And you were the one who told me to stand up to people. This is Asperger's written in a book, everyone. Yes, but not to us, Ron said in aspiration. Neville, you don't know what the fuck you're doing. He took a step forward and Neville dropped Trevor the toad, who let out a sigh. Go on then. Try and hit me, said Neville, raising his fist. I'm ready. Harry turned to Hermione. Do something. Go on. Hit me, Ron. Go on. Hit me with your rhythm stick. Hit me. Hit me. He said desperately. Hermione stepped forward. Neville, darling, she said, I'm really, really sorry about this. She raised her wand. Petritus Tutus, she cried, pointing it at Neville. Neville's arms snapped to his sides, his legs sprang together, his whole body rigid. He was staying where he stood, and then fell flat on his face, stiff as a board, bit like when you have a bit of Viagra. Hermione run to turn him over. Neville's jaws were jammed together so he couldn't speak. Only his eyes were moving, looking at them in horror. Oh, what you fucking done to him? Harry whispered. It's the full body blint, said Hermione miserably. Oh, Neville, darling, I am so sorry. Oh, Neville. Oh, yeah. Oh, no. We had to. He's a fallen soldier. We had to, Neville. No time to explain, said Harry. You'll understand later, Neville. What the fuck's just happened to you, said Ron, as they stepped over him and pulled on the invisibility cloak. But leaving Neville laying motionless on the floor didn't feel like a very good omen. In their nervous state, every statue's shadows looked like flinch. Every distant breath of wind sounded like Peeves swooping down on them. Oh, fucking hell. At the foot of the first stairs, they spotted Mrs. Norris, sulking near the top. Oh, let's kick her just this once. Go on, fucking kick her. Come on, let me fucking kick her one. Ron whispered it in Harry's ear, but Harry shook his head as they climbed carefully around her. Mrs. Norris turned her lamp-like eyes on them, but didn't do anything. They didn't meet anyone else until they reached the staircase on the third floor. Peeves was bobbing halfway up, loosening the carpet so that people would trip. Oh, ain't great? Who's there? He said suddenly as they climbed towards him. He narrowed his wrinkled black eyes. I know you're there, even if I can't see you. Are you a ghoulie or a ghostie? Or are we student bestie? He rose up in the air and floated there, squinting at them. Should call Flinch, I should, if someone's creeping around unseen. Harry had a sudden idea. Peas, he said in a hoarse whisper, the bloody Baron has his own reason for being invisible. Peas almost fell out of the air in shock. He caught himself in time and offered about a foot off the stairs. So sorry, your bloody highness, Mr. Baron. Sir, he said greasily. My mistake. I didn't see you. Of course, I didn't. You're fucking invisible. Forgive old Peasy his little joke, sir. I have business here, Peeves, Harry croaked. Stay away from this place tonight. I will, sir. I most certainly will, said Peeves, rising up in the air again. Hope your business goes well, Baron. I won't bother you. And he fucked off. Oh, well done. Brilliant, Harry. Well done, Harry, whispered Ron. A few seconds later, there they were. No, there were there. Outside the third floor corridor. And the door was already ajar. Well, there you are, said Harry quietly. Snape's already got past Fluffy. Seeing the door open somehow seemed to impress upon all three of them. What was facing them underneath the cloak? Harry turned to the other two. Well, if you want to go back, I don't blame yous, he said. You can take the cloak. I won't need it now. Oh, don't be fucking stupid, Harry, said Ron. We're coming as well, you donk, said Hermione. Harry pushed the door open. As the door creaked, low rumbling growls met their ears. All three of the dogs' nose sniffed madly in their direction, even though it couldn't see them. What's that at its feet? Hermione whispered. It looks like a harp, said Ron. Snape must have left it there. It must have wake up at the moment you stop playing, said Harry. Well, here he goes. Here goes nothing. He put Hagrid's flute up to his lips and blew it. It wasn't really a tune, but from the first note, the beast's eyes began to drip. Harry hardly drew breath. Slowly the dog's growls ceased. It tottered on its paws and fell to its knees and then slumped to the ground fast asleep. Keep playing, Ron warned Harry as they stepped out of the cloak and crept towards the trap door. They could feel the dog's hot, smelly breath as they approached the giant's heads. I think we'll be able to pull the door open, said Ron, peering over the dog's back. Oh, I want to go first. Want to go first, Hermione? Hey, ladies first, after all. No, I don't. Oh, all right. Ron gritted his teeth and stepped carefully over the dog's legs. He bent and pulled the ring off the trap door, which swung up and open. What can you see? Hermione said anxiously. Nothing, just black. There's no way climbing down. We'll just have to drop. Harry was still playing the flute, waved at Ron to get his attention, and pointed at himself. You want to go first? Are you sure? Said Ron. I don't know how deep this thing goes. Give the flute to Hermione so she can keep him asleep. Harry then handed the flute over. In the few seconds' silence, the dog growled and twitched, but the moment Hermione had begun to play, it fell back into its deep sleep. Harry climbed over it and looked down straight through the trapdoor. There was no sign of the bottom. He lowered himself through the hole until he was hanging on by his fingertips. It's like a Ninja Warrior thing, isn't it? Then he looked up at Ron and said, "If anything happens to me, don't bother. Go straight to the owl tree and send Hagrid to Dumbledore, right?" "Right. I'll see you in a second, I hope." And Harry let go. Cold, damp air rushed past him as he fell down, 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 down. Down, 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 down. Flump. Oh, that's a good word. Good word. Flump. Oh, moist. Flump. Moist. Flump. Horse. Horse. Oh, dude, that's a good word. I love the word flump. Oh, I do like a good flump. With a funny muffled sort of thump. Oh, that's another good word. Flump. He landed on something soft. He sat up and felt around. His eyes were not used to the gloom. It felt as though he was sitting on some sort of plant. It's okay. Yeah, he called up to the light, the size of a postage stamp, which was the open trapdoor. It's a soft landing. You can jump. Ron, being the idiot, followed straight away. He landed sprawled next to Harry. What is this stuff? His first words was, "Dunno, some sort of plant thing. I suppose it's here to break the fall. Come on, Hermione." The distant music stopped. There was a loud bark from the dog, but Hermione had already jumped. She landed on Harry's other side. "We must be miles underneath the school," she said. "Lucky this plant fucking thing's here. Really, innit?" said Ron. Yeah, lucky," shrieked Hermione. "Look up at you both, darling." She leapt up and struggled towards a damp wall. She had to struggle because the moment she landed, the plant had started to twist snake-like tentacles around her ankles. As for Harry and Ron, their legs had already been bound tightly in long creepers without their noticing. Dumb fucks. Hermione had managed to free herself before the plant got a firm grip on her. Now she watched in horror as the two boys fought to pull the plant off of them. But the more they strained against it, the tighter and faster the plants wound around them. "Stop moving," Hermione ordered him. "I know what this is. It's Devil's Snare." Oh, I'm so glad we know what it's fucking called. That's a great help, said Ron. Oh, thank God I know what's gonna kill me. Ron snared, leaning back, trying to stop the plant curling around its neck. Shut up, I'm trying to remember how to kill it, said Hermione. Well, hurry the fuck up, I can't breathe. Harry grasped, wrestling with it as it curled around its chest. Devil snare, devil snare. What did Professor Sprout say? It likes dark and the dumb. So light it a fire, Harry crowed. Yes, of course. Who's vibrating me now? Oh, hang on. Where are we up to? Something about... yes, of course. But there's no wood, Hermione cried, wiggling out her finger. Have you gone completely fucking mad? Ron bellowed. Are you a witch or not? Oh, right, yeah, of course I am, yeah, oh, yeah, said Hermione. And she whipped out her wand. Make your own Atachi joke there. Waved it about. Make your own joke. Muttered something and set a jet of the same bluebell flames she had used on Snape at the plant. In a matter of seconds, the two boys felt it loosening as it clinged away from the light and the warmth, wingling and flailing, it unravelling itself from their bodies, and they were able to pull free. Oh, we're not that far away. Oh, we are. Are we? 299. Oh, we're not that far away. Lucky you paid attention in herbology, Hermione, said Harry, as he joined her by the wall, wiping sweat off his face. Yeah, said Ron, and lucky Harry doesn't lose his head in necrosis. There's no wood. Honestly, you fucking dumb bitch. This way, said Harry, pointing down a stone passageway, which was the only way on. All they could hear, apart from their footsteps, was a gentle drip of water trickling down the walls. The passageway sloped downwards. And Harry was reminded of Gringotts, with an unpleasant jolt to the heart. He remembered the dragons said that the dragons said to be guarding the vaults in the wizard's back. We got there in the end. If they met a dragon, a fully grown dragon, Norbert had been bad enough. Can you hear something? Said one whispered. Harry listened. A soft rustling and creaking seemed to be coming from ahead. Do you think it's a ghost? I don't know. Sounds like wings to me. I don't know. It sounds like wings to me. There's like ahead. I can see something moving. They reached the end of the passageway and saw before them a brightly lit chamber. Its ceiling arched up high above them. It was full of small, jewel bright birds fluttering and trembling around the room. The fuck was that? hope you caught that on recording, lads. The sudden twang. What happened there? Anyway. Do you think they'll attack us if we cross the room? Said Ron. Yeah, probably, said Harry. They don't look very vicious, but suppose if they swooped all down at once, well, that's nothing for it. I'll run. He took a deep breath, crossed his face with his arms, and sprinted across the room. He expected to feel sharp beaks and claws tearing at him any second. But nothing happened. He reached the door untouched. He pulled the handle, but it was locked. The other two followed him. They tugged and heaved at the door. It wouldn't budge. Not even when Hermione tried a Harmonious Harmona charm. Oh, now fucking what? Said Ron. These birds, they can't just be here for decoration, said Hermione. They watched the bears soaring up overhead, glittering. Glittering? They're not birds, said Harry suddenly. Oh, bucks. They're not birds, Harry said suddenly. I hope I've not repeated myself. They're keys. Wing keys. Look carefully. So that must mean he looked around the chamber to find the other two squinted up at a flock of keys. Look, broomsticks. We've got to catch the key to the door. There's 100 of them. Ron exclaimed, the lock on the door. We're looking for a big old-fashioned one, probably silver like the handle. They seized a broomstick each and kicked off into the air, soaring into the mist of the cloud of keys. They grabbed and snatched, but the bewitched keys darted and dived so quickly it was almost impossible to catch one. Not for nothing, though. Harry was the youngest seeker in a century. He had a knack for spotting things other people didn't. After a minute waving about through the whirl of rainbow feathers, he had noticed a large silver key that had a bent wing, as if it had already been caught and stuffed roughly into the keyhole. That's the one, he called to the others. That big one. There's the with the bright blue wings. The feathers are all crumpled on one side. Ron went speeding in the direction that Harry was pointing. Crashed into the ceiling and nearly fell off his broom. We've got to close in on it, Harry called, not taking his eyes off the key with the damaged wing. Ron, you can come at it from above, Hermione. Stay below and stop it going down. And I'll try and catch it right now. Right, where are we now? One died. Hermione rocketed up towards the key, dodged them both. And Harry shrieked after it. It sped towards the wall. Harry leant forward and with a nasty crunching noise pinned it to the stone with one hand. Ron and Hermione's cheers echoed around a high chamber. They landed quickly, and Harry ran into the door. The key struggling in his hands. He rammed it into the lock, and it turned, and it fucking worked. The moment the lock had clicked open, the key took flight again, looking very battered now that it had been caught twice. Ready? Asked the other two, with his hand on the door handle. They nodded. He pulled the door open. The next chamber was so dark they couldn't see anything at all, but they stepped into it. Light suddenly floored the room with an astonishing sight. This is where we get this bit. They were standing on the edge of a huge chessboard, behind a black chessman, which were all taller than they were, and was carved from what looked like black stone. You can't call it that anymore. Can't call it black stone. That's racist. Facing them away across the chamber was the white pieces. You can't call them white anymore. That's racist. Harry, Ron and Hermione shivered slightly. The white towering chessmen had no faces. Now what do we do? Harry whispered. Well, then it's fucking obvious, isn't it? Said Ron. Right, we got to play our way across the room. Behind the white pieces, they could see another door. How? Said Hermione nervously. I think, said Ron, we're going to have to be chessmen. He walked up to the Black Knight and pointed his hand out to touch the knight's horse. At once the stone sprang to life. Hang on, we're getting vibrated now. We're not getting vibrated by anyone useful. At once, no, not that. The horse poured to the ground, and the knight turned his helmeted head to look down at Ron. Do we have to join you to get across? The Black Knight nodded. Ron turned to the other two. This is what's thinking about, he said. We're supposed to got to take the place of three of the black pieces. Harry and Hermione stayed quiet, watching Ron think. Fucking hell, if we're watching Ron think, it's going to take a few years, isn't it? He finally said, now, don't be offended or anything, but neither you are any good at chess. We're not offended, Harry said quickly. Just tell us what to do. Well, Harry, you take the place of that bishop, and you, Hermione, you go there instead of that castle. What about you? I'm going to be the knight, said Ron. The chessman seemed to have been listening, because at these words, a knight, a bishop, and a castle turned their backs on the white pieces and walked off the board, leaving 3 empty squares, which Harry, Ron, and Hermione took. White always plays first in chess, said Ron, peering across the board. Yes, look. A white pawn had moved forward 3 squares? No, 2 squares. You don't move 3 squares, Zach. Don't be an idiot. Ron started to direct the black pieces. They moved suddenly wherever he sent them. Harry's knees were trembling. His knees were sweaty. Your mum's were sketty. Eminem. What if they lost? Harry moved diagonally 4 squares to the right. Their first real shock came when their other knight was taken out. The White Queen smashed him to the floor and dragged him off the board, where he stayed quite still, face down. Had to let that happen, said Ron, looking shaken. Leaves you free to take that bishop. Hermione, go up. Every time one of them men was to lose, the white pieces showed no mercy. Soon there was a huddle of black players stumped along the wall. Twice Ron only just noticed in time that Harry and Hermione were in danger. He darted around the board, taking almost as many white pieces as they lost black ones. We're nearly there, he muttered suddenly. Oh, thank fuck for that. I hope we are. Oh, thank fuck for that. We actually are near the end of the chapter. Let me think. Let me think. The White Queen turned a blank face towards him. Years. Yes, said Ron softly. It's the only way. I've got to be taken. No! Oh no! Harry and Hermione shouted. Oh, that's chess. Ron snapped. You've got to make some sacrifices. I'll make my move, and she'll take me. That leaves you free to checkmate the king, Harry. But don't you want to stop Snape or not? Ron, look, if you don't hurry up, he'll already have the stone. There was nothing else for it. Ready? Called Ron. His pale face was determined. Here I go now. Don't hang around once you've won. He stepped forward and the White Queen pounced. She struck Ron hard around the head with her stone arm, and he crunched to the floor. Hermione screamed but stayed on her square. The White Queen dragged Ron to one side, and he looked as though he'd been knocked out. Hooray! Attack the ginger! Hooray! Shaking like a shitting dog, Harry moved 3 steps to the left. Now, take it back now, y'all. One hand this time. One hand this time. Tough job, Wilson move. The White King took off his crown and threw it at Harry's feet. They had won. The chessmen partied and bowed, leaving the floor ahead clear. With one last desperate look back at Ron, Harry and Hermione charged through the door and up the next passageway. What if he's... Oh, he'll be alright, said Harry, trying to convince himself. What do you reckon's next? Well, we've had Sprouts. That was the devil's snare. Flitwick's must have been the charms on the keys. Professor McGonagall transfigured the chessmen to make them alive. That leaves Quirrell, Spells and Snape. They reached the next door. All right, Harry whispered. Go on. Harry pushed it open. A disgusting smell filled their nostrils like when I fart. Or like a vegan's fart. Oh, don't get behind a vegan and they fart. Oh, I think I went blind, wouldn't I? Making both of them pull up their robes over their noses. eyes watering, they saw flat on the floor in front of them a troll even larger than the one they had tackled, out cold with a bloody lump on his head. I'm glad we didn't have to fight that one, said Harry, as they stepped carefully over one of his massive legs. Come on, I can't breathe. He pulled open the next door, both of them handily daring to look at what came next, but there was nothing very frightening in here, just a table with 7 differently shaped bottles standing in a line. Snapes, said Harry. What do we have to do? They stepped over the threshold, and immediately a fire sprang up behind them in the doorway. It wasn't ordinary fire either. It was purple. Ooh, I have a picture. I think it's on my phone of a purple fire. I didn't Photoshop it. At the same instant, black flames shot up the doorway, leading them onwards. They were trapped. Look, Hermione seized the roll of paper lying next to the bottles. Harry looked over her shoulder to read it. Oh, fucking hell. Danger lies before you, while safety lies behind. 2 of us will help you, whichever you will find. One among the 7s will let you move ahead. Another will transport the drinker back instead. 2 among our numbers only hold enough for wine. 3 of us are killers, waiting in line. Choose unless you wish to stay here forevermore. To help you in your choice, I'll give you these 4 clues. First, however, slightly, the potion flies to hide. You'll always find on Neville wine, left side second. Different others to stand at either end. But if you were to move onwards, neither is your friend. Third, as you see clearly, all are different side. Neither the dwarf or giant holds breath in their insides. 4th, the second left, and the second on the right are twins. Once you taste them, they're different at first sight. Thank fuck, I've just read all that. Hermione let out a great sigh, and Harry amazed that she was smiling. The very last thing he felt like doing. Oh, this is brilliant, said Hermione. This isn't magic, it's logic. It's a puzzle. It's a lot of the greatest wizards haven't got an ounce of logic, and they'll be stuck in here forever. But so will we, won't we? Oh, of course not, you idiot, said Hermione. Everything we need is here on this paper. 7 bottles. There are 3 are poison, 2 are wine. One will get us safely through the black fire, and 1 will get us through the purple. But how do we know which one to drink? Hang on, give us a minute. Hermione read the paper several times. Thank fuck I don't have to read it anymore. Then she walked up and down the line of bottles, like she's interrogating them, muttering to herself and pointing at them. At last she clapped her hands. Got it, she said. The smallest bottle will get us through the black fire, towards the stone. Harry looked at the tiny bottle. There's only enough there for one of us, he said. That's hardly one swallow. They looked at each other. Which one will get you back through the purple flames? Hermione pointed at the rounded bottle right at the end of the line. You drink that, said Harry. No, listen. Get back and get Ron. Grab brooms from a flying key room, and they'll get you out the trapdoor and past Fluffy, and go straight towards the Elder Tree. And send Hagrid to Dumbledore. We need him. I might be able to hold off Snape for a little bit longer, but I'm no match for him. But Harry, what if you know who's with him? Well, I was the lucky one once, weren't I? Said Harry, pointing at his scar. I might get lucky again. Hermione's lips trembled, and suddenly dashed at Harry and threw her arms around him. Hermione, Harry, you're a great wizard, you know. I'm not as good as you, said Harry, very embarrassed, as she let go of him. Me? Said Hermione. Books and cleverness. They're more important things. Friendship and bravery. And, oh, Harry, do be careful, darling. You drink first, said Harry. You sure which one is which, aren't you? Positive, 110%. Absolutely positive, said Hermione, as she took a long drink from the rounded bottle at the end and shuddered. It's not poison, said Harry anxiously. No, it's a bit like ice. Quick, go, before it wears off. Good luck, take care, go. Hermione turned and walked through the purple fire. Harry took a deep breath and picked up the smallest bottle. He turned to face the black flames. Here I come, he said, and he drained a little bottle in one gulp. It was indeed as though ice was flooding his body. He put the bottle back down and walked forward. He braced himself, saw the black flames licking his body, but he didn't feel them. For a moment he could feel nothing but dark fire. No, could see nothing but dark fire, not feel, you dumb bitch. Then he was on the other side, in the last chamber. There were already someone there, but it wasn't Snape. It wasn't even Voldemort.
Just try to breathe.
I can't. You're kneeling on my balls.
Oh, sorry.
Rick, listen. With great power comes...
Great responsibility?
I was going to stick with bitches, but if you want to be a virgin for the rest of your life...
Uncle Albert!
My balls!
Chapter 17. The Man with Two Faces. It was Cribble. You! Gasped Harry. Quirrell smiled. His face wasn't twitching at all. Me? He said calmly. I wondered whether I'd be meeting you here, Potter. I like that. But I thought Snape... Serious? darling. Quirrell laughed his fucking pants off at Harry. And it wasn't his usual quibbling tremble either. Speak the fucking words out. But it was cold and sharp. Yeah, Sirius doesn't seem the type, does he? So useful to have him snooping around me like flies to shit. Next to him, who would suspect poor Pucker Penguin? No, it's poor stuttering Professor Quirrell. Harry couldn't take it in. He couldn't work it fucking out. This can't be true, could it? But Snape tried to kill me. No, give over. I tried to kill yous. Your friend Miss Granger accidentally knocked me over as she was rushing to set fire to Snape at the Quidditch match. She broke my eye contact with yous. Another few seconds and I would have got you off that bloody broom. I'd have managed it before. Then if Snape hadn't been muttering a counter curse trying to save you. Snape was trying to save me? What the fuck? That's gotta be the best button on the internet. Of course, darling, Quirrell said coolly. Why do you think he wanted to referee your next match? Maybe he wants a bit of old cheating. I'm not going to say anything, but as of the recording, there's been a lot of cheating on the old WhatsApp group chat. I'm not going to say who, but it rhymes with Piley. He was trying to make sure I didn't do it again. Funny really, isn't it, darling? He didn't need to have bothered. I couldn't do anything with Dumbledore watching. All the other teachers thought Snape was trying to stop Gryffindor from winning the fucking cup. Who gives a shit? He make himself unpopular. He's just got that face. And what a waste of fucking time it was. When after all that, I was going to kill you tonight. Quirrell snapped his fingers. Ropes sprang out of thin air and wrapped themselves tightly around Harry. You're too nosy to live, Potter. Going around the school like Halloween, like that. And for all I knew, you seen me come looking to look at what was guarding the stone. You let the troll in, didn't you, you fucking bastard? Oh, certainly. Oh, yeah, I did. Yeah, I have special gifts for trolls. You must have seen what I did to the one in the chamber back there. Unfortunately, while everyone else was running around looking for it, Snape, who really suspected me, went straight to the third floor to head me off. And not only did my troll fail to beat you to death, that three-headed dog didn't even manage to bite Snape's leg off properly. The unthinkable. Honestly, what a useless dog. Now, wait quietly, Potter. I need to examine this interesting mirror. It was only then that Harry realised what was standing behind Quirrell. It was the mirror of Rivers! Ooh. By this point, who gives a shit? You know, we're finally getting it over and done with today. Hooray! This mirror is the key to finding the stone, Quirrell murmured, trapping his way around the frame. Trust Dumbledore to come up with something like this, but he's in London. I'll be far away by the time he gets back. Ha ha ha! Silly old Dumbledore. Ha ha! That was a fake letter. Oh, you said it. Not me, no. Anyone for a fossil? Fossil? All Harry could think of doing was keeping Quirrell talking and stopping concentrating on the mirror. Because he's one ugly fucker, nobody wants to see him. I saw you and Snape in the forest, he blurted out. Yes, said Quirrell idly, walking around the mirror to look at the back. He was on to me by that time, trying to find out how far I'd got. He suspected me all along, trying to frighten me, as though he could. When I had Lord Voldemort on my side, Quirrell came back out from behind the mirror and stood hungrily into it. I see the stone! I'm presenting it to my master. But where is it? Harry struggled against the ropes binding him. Oh, a kinky fucker, this one. Putting ropes on. Oh, bondage. But they didn't give. Oh, super tight bondage. He had to keep Quirrell from giving his whole attention to the mirror. But Snape always seemed to hate me so much. Oh, does he, darling? Quirrell said casually. Heavens, yes, he was at Hogwarts with your father. Do you know that, you twat? They loathed each other. But he never wants you dead. But I heard you a few days ago, sobbing. I thought Snape was threatening us. For the first time, a spasm of fear flitted across Quirrell's face. Sometimes, darling, he said, I find it hard to follow my master's instructions. He's a great wizard, and I'm a weak twonk. You mean you was there? In the classroom with yous? Harry gasped. He was with me. Wherever I go, Quirrell said quietly. I met him when I travelled around the world. A foolish young man, like this time I've been recording this, in 25 years. And 4 lawsuits later. Please don't sue us, J.K. Rowling. We do love your work. But we do like to criticise it, and that's in the parody and copyright rules. When I was a foolish young man, I was then full of ridiculous ideas about good and evil. Bit like a Labour MP there. Lord Voldemort showed me how wrong I was. And there's no good and evil. There's only power, and those too weak to seek it. Since then, I have served him faithfully, although I have to let him down many of times. He had to be very hard on me, darling. Quirrell's shrivel suddenly. He doesn't forgive mistakes easily. I failed to steal the stone from Gringotts. He was most displeased. He punished me, decided he would have to keep me on a bit of a closer watch. 'Cause I failed miserably, darling. Quirrell's voice tailed away. Harry was remembering his trip to Diagon Alley. How could he have been so stupid? He had seen Quirrell there that very day, shaking hands with him in the leaky cauldron. Quirrell cursed under his breath. Fucking wanker. This fucking Harry kid's a fucking wanker. I swear to fucking God, I don't know what I'm gonna fucking do. I swear to fucking God, I'm gonna give him a good old shanking. Where did we get to after my... Oh! I didn't understand. Is the stone inside the mirror? Should I break it? Harry's mind was racing, quicker than a Formula 1 car. What I want more than anything else in the world at the moment, he thought, is to find the stone before... What I want more than anything else in the world is, at the moment, he thought, is to find that fucking stone before Quirrell does. So if I look in the mirror, and I should see myself finding it, which means I'll see where it's hidden. But how can I look without Quirrell realising what I'm up to? He tried to edge to the left. And take it to time. This is bad singing, but say, let's do the time warp again. I might find a MIDI file and whack that on. My editor could do that. Alfie, when you get to this point, 15 something or another, please add the time warp in. Thank you, darling. And if he's done that, we should hear the time warp. And if he hasn't done that, you won't hear the time warp. And I will be firing my editor in the morning. To get in front of the glass without Quirrell noticing, but the ropes around his ankles were too tight. He tripped and fell over, arse over tip. Quirrell ignored him. He was still talking to himself. What does this mirror do? How does it work? Help me, master. To Harry's horror, a voice answered. The voice seemed to come from Quirrell himself. Use the boy. Use the boy. Quirrell rounded on Harry. Yes, Potter, come here, darling. He clapped his hands at once, and the ropes binding Harry fell off. Bit like I did several chapters back. Harry got slowly to his feet. Come here, Quirrell repeated. Look into the mirror and tell me what you see. You recognize the best of me, yeah. I'll make you forget mine now. Harry walked towards him. I must lie, he thought desperately. I must look and lie about what I see, that is all. Quirrell moved closer behind him. Harry breathed in this funny smell that seemed to have come from Quirrell's turban, because he ain't washed it since last Tuesday. He closed his eyes, stepped in front of the mirror, and opened them again. He saw his reflection, pale and scared looking at first, but a moment later the reflection smiled at him. It put his hand into its pocket and pulled out a red bloody stone. It winked and put the stone back into its pocket. And as it did so, Harry felt something heavy drop into his real pocket. Somehow, incredibly, he got the stone! Hang on. Play, you bastard. And... hang on. There's going to be some dead audio as Zach finds something. Please ignore the advert. It's JD Sports. We don't shop there. Yes. Well, come on, what is it? What do you see? Said Quirrell impatiently. Harry screwed up the courage. I see myself shaking hands with Dumbledore, he invented. I've won the house cup for Gryffindor. Cool cursor then. Oh, you lying fucker. Get out of the way, he said. As Harry moved to the side, he felt the philosopher's stone, or his kidney stone, fall out against his leg. Did he make a break for it? I wish he didn't, and Quirrell kills him quite quickly, and then I wouldn't have to read the other 6 books. But until then, we'll finish off this. We've only got, I don't know, like 17 pages. We're gonna do all right. Hooray! We're gonna finish it. Hooray! Alfie might get this edited before Christmas Day. Maybe. But he hadn't walked 5 paces before a high-pitched voice spoke through Quirrell. He wasn't moving his lips at all. He lies! He lies! Potter, come back here! Quirrell shouted. Tell me the truth, you lying piece of shit! What the fuck did you just see? The high voice spoke again. Let me speak to him, face to face. Master, you're not strong enough, darling. I have enough strength for this. I want to punch Potter in the face. Harry felt as if it was the devil's stare rooting to the spot. He couldn't move a muscle. He was shitting himself as he watched Quirrell reach up and begin to unwrap his turban. What the fuck was going on? The turban fell away. Quirrell's head looked strangely small without it. He turned slowly on the spot. Harry would have screamed, but he couldn't make a sound. Where there should have been a back to Quirrell's face, there was another face. The most horrible, disgusting face. Bit like Vanessa Phelps' face. Boom! Harry had ever seen. Excuse me a minute, I've got to pause it. It was chalk white with glaring red eyes and slits for nostrils, like a snake. Harry Potter, it whispered. Harry tried to take a step backwards, but his legs wouldn't move. I hope this is fucking recording. See what I've become. Hang on. The face said, mere shadow and vapour. Mere shadow and vapour. I have formed only where I share another's body. But there's only be those willing to let me into the hearts and mind. Unicorn blood has strengthened this. These past weeks, you saw faithful Quirrell drink it for me in the forest. And I have the elixir of life. I will be able to create my own body. Now, why don't you give me the stone what's in your pocket? So he knew! Yes, we've done that joke 4 times now. Bang him in while I remember what the button is. The feeling suddenly surged back into Harry's legs. He stumbled backwards. Don't be a fucking fool. Why don't you fuck off? Oh, hang on. That was supposed to be fucking Voldemort. One moment. Oh, sorry, you don't know who he is yet. Oh, spoilers! Don't be a fool! Snared the face. Better save your own life and join me. You'll meet the same end as your parents. They died begging for mercy. Liar! Harry shouted suddenly. Quirrell was walking back to him, so that Voldemort could still see him. The evil face was now smiling. How's touching it? He hissed. I always value bravery. Yes, boy, your parents were brave. I killed your father first. He put up a courageous fight, but your mother needn't have died. She was trying to protect yous. Now, give me the fucking stone, unless you want to die in vain. Never! Harry sprung towards the frame door, but Voldemort screamed, "Seize him!" And the next second, Harry felt Quirrell's hand close on his wrist. At once a needle-sharp pain scared across Harry's skull. His head felt as though it was about to split into two. A shame it didn't. He yelled, struggling with all his might. And to his surprise, Quirrell let go of him. The pain in his head lessened, and he looked around wildly to see where Quirrell had gone. He saw him hunched in pain, looking at his fingers. They were blistering before his eyes. "Seize him! Seize him!" smirked Voldemort again, and Quirrell lunged and knocked Harry clean off his feet. A bit like an English rugby player. Landed on top of him, both hands around Harry's neck. Oh, go on, go on. Harry's scar was almost binding him with pain, but he could. Yet he could still see Quirrell howling in agony. "Master, I can't hold him! My hands! My hands!" And Quirrell was pinning Harry to the ground with his knees. Insert your own joke there, but I can think of at least 7. But I'm not going to say them, because I don't want to be sued. Let go of his neck and sneered, bewildered at his own palms. Harry could see as though they looked burnt, raw, red and shiny. "Then kill him, fool, and be done!" screeched Voldemort. Quirrell raised his hands to perform a deadly curse, but Harry by instinct reached up and grabbed Quirrell's face. Ugh! Hang on, we could probably get something better than me going, ugh. We can probably get something better. I don't know, like, Dracula. Yeah. Screw. Actually, Screaming Goat. Yeah, Screaming Goat do. There you go, that was better. That sheep is now dead, by the way. I probably ate him the other week. Quirrell rolled off of him, his face blistering too. Then Harry knew. Quirrell couldn't touch his bare skin without suffering terrible pain. It was the only chance to keep hold of Quirrell, keeping him in enough pain to stop him doing a curse. Harry jumped to his feet, caught Quirrell by the arm, and hung on tight as he could. Quirrell screamed and tried to throw Harry off. The pain in Harry's head was building. He couldn't see fuck all, bit like Stevie Wonder. He could only hear Quirrell's terrible shrieks and Voldemort's yell of, "Kill him! Kill him!" and other voices. Maybe in Harry's own head, crying, "Harry! Harry!" He felt Quirrell's arm wrenched from its own grasp, knew all was lost, and fell into darkness, down, down, down. Something gold was glistening just above him, the snitch. He tried to catch it, but his arms were just a bit too heavy. He blinked. It wasn't a snitch at all. It was a pair of glasses. How strange. He blinked again. The smiling face of Albus Dumbledore saw into view above him. "Good afternoon, Harry," said Dumbledore. Harry stared at him, and he remembered. "Sir, the stone! It was Quirrell! He's got the fucking stone! Sir, be quick! He's got the stone!" "Oh, please calm yourself, dear boy. Are you a little behind the times?" said Dumbledore. "Quirrell doesn't have the stone." "Who the fuck does then?" "Sir, Harry, please relax, or Madam Puffway will have me thrown out." Harry swallowed and looked around him. He realised it must be in a hospital ward. He was lying in bed, with white linen sheets next to him. And next to him was a table piled high what looked to be half the sweet shop. "Tokens from your friends and admirers, Mr. Potter," said Dumbledore, beaming. What happened down in the dungeons between you and Professor Quirrell must be kept a secret. So naturally, the whole school fucking knows. I believe your friends, Masters Fred and Master George Worsley, were responsible for trying to send you a lavatory seat. No doubt they thought it must humour Madame Puffway. However, felt it might not be very hygienic and confiscated it. How fucking long have I been down here? 3 whole days! Mr. Ronald Weasley and Miss Granger will be most relieved you've come around. They have been extremely worried. But sir, the stone. I see you're not to be distracted. Very well, this stone. Professor Quirrell didn't manage to take it from you. I arrived in time to prevent that. Although you were doing very well on your own, I must say. You got there? You got Miney's how? We must have crossed in mid-air. No sooner I had reached London than it came clear to me that the place I should be was the one I just left. I arrived just in time to pull Quirrell off of you. It was you? I feared I might be too late. You never want a woman too fucking late, that's for sure. You you were nearly where? Well, I couldn't keep him off the stone much longer. Not the stone, boy. You! The effort involved nearly killed you. Oh, what a fucking shame. Oh, why didn't it? Oh, what a shame. Oh, I've spat all over my computer. Oh, my pucks out. If you get that reference, you watched a certain Australian YouTuber. For one terrible moment there, I was afraid that it had. As for the stone, it has been destroyed. Destroyed? What the fuck? Harry said blankly. But your friend Nicholas Flamel. Oh, how do you know about Nicholas? Said Dumbledore, sounding quite delighted. You did the thing properly, didn't you? Well, Nicholas and I have had a little chat and agreed it's for the best. That means he and his wife will die, won't they? Oh, they have enough Alexa to be sorted their affairs in order. Unless they will die. Hooray! Death! Yes! Dumbledore smiled and looked at on the amazement that was on Harry's face. The whole fucking book's now blurred, by the way. To one as young as you, I'm just sure it seems incredible. But to Nicholas and Pinnell, who knows what her fucking name is, it's really like going to bed for a very long day. After all, to the well-organised mind, death is the next great adventure. I've got a good joke. I've got one for you. When I fucking go, I want to come back as an old person. So, this is it. So, I want to come back where I'm old and dying in a care home. To the point I'm getting younger and younger and younger and younger. To the point I'm kicked out of the care home for being too young. Then I'll go to work, get the old gold watch on the first day, and then I'll slowly work my way to being younger and younger and younger and younger. To the point I'm too young for work and I'm kicked out. Then I go to school and I get younger and younger and younger and younger. To the point I'm kicked out of school. Then I'm entrapped for 9 months in a woman, where I get younger and younger and younger, to the point I just want to come back as an orgasm. There you go, that's a fucking joke and a half. If you know what I mean, you know. Basically, fuck this life. I just wanted to be the orgasm. La 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 la. You know, the stone was really not such a wonderful thing anyways. As for much money and life as you could want, the two things most human beings would choose above all, the trouble. Humans do have a knack of choosing precisely those things which are worse for them. As your narrator is eating a bake. Fatal. Harry later, lost for words. Dumbledore hummed a little. And smiled at the ceiling. He's fucking lost his nut, Dumbledore.
Oh, see then. Oh. Cool. Sir, said Harry, I've been thinking. Sir, even if the stone is gone and you know who. Call him Voldemort, Harry. He's now fucking Voldemort. Oh! Always use the proper name for things. Fear of a name increases fear of the thing itself. Yes, sir. Well, Voldemort was going to try other ways of coming back, isn't he? I mean, he hasn't fucked off and gone and died, has he? No, Harry, darling. He has not. He is still out there somewhere, perhaps looking for another body to share. Not truly alive. He can't be killed. He's left Quirrell to die. He shows little mercy to his followers, as his enemies. Nevertheless, Harry, while you may have only delayed the return of his powers, it will merely take someone else who is prepared to fight what it seems a losing battle next time. And if he is delayed again and again, why, he may never return to power. Harry nodded, but stopped quickly because it made his head fucking hurt. Just like this book. Then he said, Sir, there are some other things I'd like to know. If you could tell me, things I want to know about the truth. The truth? Sighed Dumbledore. It is a beautiful and terrible thing, and should be therefore treated with great caution. However, I shall answer your questions, unless I have a very good reason not to. In which case, I beg and forgive me, and I shall not, of course, lie. Alright, I've got a question for you then, sir. Well, Voldemort said he only killed my mother because she tried to stop killing me. But why would he want to kill me in the first place? See, even fucking the book knows why the fuck would Voldemort want to kill a little baby. Dumbledore sighed very deeply this time. Alas, the first thing you asked me, I can't tell you. Not today, not now. You will know one day. Put it from your mind for now, Harry. When you are older, I know you'll hate to hear this. When you are ready, you will know. Harry knew it wouldn't be good to argue. But why couldn't Quirrell touch me? Your mother died to save you. If there's one thing Voldemort can't understand, it's love. He didn't realise that he loved as much power. He didn't realise that love is as powerful as your mother for you. Leaves its own mark. Not a scar, no visible sign, but to have deeply loved someone, even though the person who loved us is gone, will give us some protection forever. It is in your very skin. Quirrell is full of shit. No, full of hatred, greed, and ambition. Sharing his soul with Voldemort. Couldn't touch you for this reason. It was agony to a person marred by something so good. Dumbledore became very interested in a bird out on the windowsill, which
gave Harry time to dry his eyes on the sheet. Was he fucking crying? Ah, wet boy. When he had found his voice again, Harry said, "And there was a Infinity Cloak. Do you know who sent it at me?" "Ah, your father happened to leave it in my possession, and I thought you might like it." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "Your sort of things. Your father used him mainly for sneaking off to the kitchen to steal food when he was here. And there's something else. Far away. Quirrell and Snape." "Professor Snape, Harry?" "Yes. Him, Quirrell, said he hates me because he hated my father. Is that true?" "Well, they rather detested each other. Not like yourself and Mr. Malfoy. And then your father did something Snape could never forgive." "What?" "He saved his life." "What the fuck?" "Yes." Dumbledore said dreamily. "Funny though, the way people's minds work, isn't it? Professor Snape couldn't bear being in your father's debt. I do believe he works hard to protect you this year because he felt that would make him and your father's quits. Then he could go back to hating your father's memory in peace." Oh, that's a good one. That's good. That's good. Mm. 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 Not far. We're not that far away, lads. Harry tried to understand this, but it made his head pound, so he stopped and said, "There's one more thing." "Just the one? How did I get the stone out of the mirror?" "Ah, now I'm glad you asked me that. It was one of my most brilliant ideas, and between you and me, that's saying something. You see, only one who wanted to find the stone found it. But not use it. It would be able to get it. Otherwise they would just see themselves making gold or drinking an elixir of life. My brain surprises me sometimes. Now, enough questions. I suggest you make a start of them space. Ah, Bertie Bott's every favourite beans. My favourite. I was unfortunate enough in my youth to came across a vomit one, and ever since then I've rather lost my liking for them. But I think you'll be safe with a nice toffee one, don't you?" He smiled and popped the golden brown bean into his mouth, and then he choked. And said, "Alas, earwax." Oh, fuck, that's gonna hurt my throat. Madame Pomfrey, the matron, was a very nice woman, but was very strict. "Just 5 minutes." "Absolutely not." "You let Professor Dumbledore in." "Well, of course. He's headmaster. Quite different. Uni West." "I'm resting. Look, lying down everything, you dumb bitch." "Go on, Madame Pomfrey. Go on." "Oh, very well," she said. "But 5 minutes only." And she let Ron and Hermione in. Harry! Harry, you're still alive! Hermione looked ready to fling her arms around him. Again. You're in here, boy. You're in here, Harry. But Harry was glad she held herself in. And his head was still very sore. Oh, Harry, we were sure you were going to Dumbledore. Oh, 1 minute. Let me burp. Harry, we were sure you were going to die. Dumbledore was so worried. The whole fucking school's talking about it, said Ron. What really happened? It was one of them rare occasions when the true story is even more stranger and exciting than the wild rumours. Most scandals are like that. Yeah. There's a few scandals I've read of. And rumours and the true story behind them. Oh, fantastic. Harry told them everything. Quirrell, the mirror, the stone, and Voldemort. Ron and Hermione were a very good audience, so they gasped in all the right places. And when Harry told them what was under Quirrell's turn, Hermione screamed out. So the stone's gone, said Ron finally. Flamel's just going to die. Oh, that's not exciting at all, is it? That's what I said, but Dumbledore thinks that what was it? To the organised mind, death is the next great adventure. I've always said he's off his fucking rocker. Banter, said Ron, looking quite impressed how mad his hero was. So, what happened to Eustace? Said Harry. Well, I got back all right, said Hermione. I brought Ron around. That took a fucking while. And we were dashing up to the auditory to contact Dumbledore. Dumbledore. When we met him in the entrance hall, he already knew, he said. Harry's gone after him, hasn't he? Oh, Harry's gone after him, hasn't he? And held off to the 3rd floor. Yeah, typical Dumbledore. Do you think he made you to do it? Said Ron, sending you your father's cloak and everything. Well, come on, speak, dear boy. Hermione exploded. If he did, I mean to say that's terrible. That could have killed yous. Oh, what a shame. No, it isn't, said Harry thoughtfully. He's a funny man, Dumbledore. I think he's the sort he wants to give me a chance. I know, this book's taken fucking forever. 55 minutes of this shit. I thought I was going to do it in... It's going to be another hour. I hope when we do the omnibus version of this, you listen to the whole 12 hours. It's probably 16 hours. What's the video? How long can you have on YouTube? Is it 10 hours? Oh, you might have to cut some. So if you didn't hear me talk about this, it's been cut.
and it's lost media. So put it up on the lost media wiki, please. Thank you. No, he's a funny man, Dumbledore. Oh, I think he sort of wanted to give me a chance. I think he knows more or less everything what that goes on here. You know, I reckon he probably had a good idea we were going to try it. Instead of stopping us, he thought enough to help. I don't think it was an accident. He let me find out how the mirror worked. It was almost like he thought he had the right to face Voldemort if I could. Yeah, Dumbledore's fucking barking alright, said Ron proudly. Listen, you've got to be up for the end of year feast tomorrow. All the points are in, and Slytherin won, of course. You missed the last Quidditch match. We were steamrolled by Ravenclaw without yes. Thanks. But the food will be good. And that moment, Madame Pomfrey burst over. You've had nearly 15 minutes. Now, get out! She said firmly. She sounds like the kind of woman where she would shout, "Stand by your beds!" Ah, dear. Who played her in the film? I might have to write into her. After a good night's sleep, Harry felt nearly back to normal. I want to go to the feast, he told Madame Pomfrey as she straightened his many sweetie boxes. I can, can't I? Professor Dumbledore says when you are allowed to go, she said stiffly, as though in her opinion Professor Dumbledore didn't realise how risky feasts could be. She tried a joke there. It didn't work. And you have another visitor. Oh good, who is it? Hagrid straddled through the door as he spoke, as usual, when he was inside. Hagrid looked too big to be allowed in. He sat next to Harry and took one look at him, burst into tears. This is a bit like me when England losing the World Cup. I burst into tears. We always seem to get to that quarter-final, semi-final stage, and we always go one goal up. In my lifetime, this has happened a few times, right? And we just can't hold on for 90 minutes. Just at the end, we always let the Croatians score. It's all my ruddy fault, he sobbed, his face into his hands. I told the evil git how to get past fucking Fluffy. I told him. It was the only thing he didn't know, and I fucking told him. Yeah, you could have died. All for a dragon egg. I'll never drink again. I should be chucked out and made to live as a muggle. Oh God, I'm crying. It's probably the best bit of the book, other than Malfoy being told he couldn't. He's been doing it wrong for years. Yeah. Hagrid said Harry,
shocked to see Hagrid shaking with grief and remorse. Great tears leaking down into his beard. Hagrid, he would have found out somehow. This is Voldemort we're talking about. He'd have found out even if you hadn't told him. You could have died, sobbed Hagrid. Don't say the name. Voldemort! Bellowed Harry. And Hagrid was so shocked he stopped. Crying. I met him, and I called him by his name. Cheer up, Hagrid. We saved the snow. It's gone. We can't use it. Have a chocolate frog. I've got loads. Hagrid wiped his nose on the back of his hand and said, that reminds me, I've got you a present. It's not a stoke fucking sandwich, is it? Said Harry anxiously. And at last, Hagrid gave a weak chuckle. Nah, Dumbledore gave me the day off yesterday to fix it. Of course, he should have sacked me instead. Anyways, I got you this. It seemed to be handsome, a leather-covered book. Harry opened it curiously. It was full of wizards' pictures, smiling and waving at him. From every page were his mother and father. Sent owls off to get your parents' old school friends, asking for photos. You knew they didn't have any. Do you like it? Harry couldn't speak. Hagrid understood. Harry made his way down to the end of year feast alone. That night, he had been held up by Madame Fuffet, fussing about. Typical woman, fuffing. Insisting on giving him one. Last checkup. So the great hall was already full. It was decked out in the colours of Slytherin, green and silver, to celebrate Slytherin winning the House Cup for the 7th year in a row. A bit like Man City, where they're winning everything every year running. Please ignore the voice in the background. That's my mother. A huge banner showing how Slytherin sherbet covered the wall behind the high table. Harry walked in there, a sudden hush, and then everyone started talking loudly at once. He slipped in a seat between Ron and Hermione at the Gryffindor table, and tried to ignore the fact people were standing up to look at him. Fortunately, Dumbledore arrived moments later. The bubble died away. Another year gone! Hoo-hoo! Hagrid said cheerfully, as though he drunk several lots of whiskey. And I must trouble you with an old wizard sneezing waffle before we sink our teeth into delicious feast. What a year it has been! Hopefully your heads are a little bit fuller than they were, and you have the whole summer ahead to get them nice and empty before next year starts. And now, as I understand, the House Cup here needs awarding. The points stand as thus. In 4th place and last, Gryffindor, with 312 points. In 3rd, with the bronze medal here, is Hufflepuff, with 352 points. And Ravenclaw have 426 points. And Slytherin has 472. A storm of cheering and stomping broke out of the side of the Slytherin table. They are a rowdy bunch, the Slytherin lot. Be warned, be very warned. Harry could see Draco Malfoy banging his goblet on the table. It was a sickening sight. 1 minute, let me find something good to bang. Hang on. Hey! Hey! I hope I ain't broke my F1 car there. Yes, very well done, Slytherin. Yes, very well done there, Slytherin lot, said Dumbledore. However, recent events must be taken into account. The room went very still. Slytherin's smiles faded a little. Said Dumbledore. I have a few last-minute points to dish out. Let me see. Ah, yes. First to Ron Weasley. Mr. Ronald Weasley. Ron went purple in the face. He looked like a radish with bad sunburn. For the best played game of chess Hogwarts has seen in many years, I award Gryffindor House 50 points. Gryffindor's cheers nearly raised the bewitching ceiling. The stars overhead seemed to quiver. Percy could be heard telling the other prefects, "That's my brother, you know. That's my brother, my youngest brother. Got past McGuggle's giant chess set." At last there was silence again. Second to Miss Granger. For the use of cool logic in the face of fear, I award Gryffindor House 50 points. Hermione buried her face in her arms. Harry strongly suspected she had burst into tears. Gryffindor up and down the table were beside themselves. They were nearly 100 points up. And third to Mr. Harry Potter, said Dumbledore. The room went a deadly quiet. For pure nerve and outstanding courage, I award Gryffindor House 60 points. The din was deafening. Those could add up while yelling themselves hoarse knew that Gryffindor now had 472 points. Exactly the same as Slytherin. They had drawn for the House Cup. If Dumbledore only give Harry one more point, my eye is watering like a bitch. Oh, thank you to the koala there for your help. Love you, Keith. Where did we get to? Dumbledore raised his hand, and the room gently fell silent. There are all kinds of courage, said Dumbledore, smiling. It takes a great deal of bravery to stand up to our enemies, but just as much to stand up to our friends, and therefore I award 10 points to Mr. Neville Longbottom. Someone was standing outside the Great Hall, might as well have thought of some sort of explosion had taken place. It was so loud the noise erupted from the Gryffindor table. One moment while I find the cheering sound effect. One moment. Hang on, I gotta find it. Hang on. Do amuse yourselves for a minute while Harry, Ron and Hermione stood up to yell and cheer as Neville, white with shock, disappeared under a pile of people hugging him. Oh, isn't that nice? He had never won so much as a point for Gryffindor before. I'm sorry. Oh. That's a bit like me. I never used to win a point. Harry, still cheering, nudged Ron in the ribs and pointed at Malfoy, who couldn't have looked more stunned and horrified if he just had body-binded curse put on him. Which means, Dumbledore called over the storm of applause, even for Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff was celebrating the downfall of Slytherin. Get in there! Fuck you, Slytherin! Fuck you in the fucking arse! Fuck you! We need a little change of decoration, don't you think? He clapped his hands. In an instant, the green hanging became scarlet and silver. And the silver became gold. Gold, always believe in your soul. You got the power to know you're indestructible. Always believe it. You are gold. Old. The huge Slytherin serpent vanished. Fucking. And a towering Gryffindor lion took its place. Snape was shaking Professor McGoogle's hand with a horrible forced smile. It's a bit like when you watch the Oscars, right, and they go around the tables, right, and the winner of Best Actor goes to Who Gives a Flying Fuck, right, and there's the other people who have lost the award, right? That forced smile and the clap they do. Well done! Well done! Well done! Yeah, I always do this for you. Well done! Great, fantastic! Right? As soon as the camera moves off of them, they're not clapping. They're talking to their agent who's sitting next to them, right? And say, "Oh, the fuck did they fucking win?" We've all done it. We've all won awards and lost awards. I came third once in a county computing thing. Yeah. Well done, Mr. Hartley. Anyway, he caught Harry's eye, and Harry knew at once that Snape's feelings towards him hadn't changed one jot. This didn't worry Harry. It seemed as though life would be back to normal next year. Always normal as it ever is at Hogwarts. She tried a big band joke there. It didn't work again. She tries a lot of jokes in this book. It doesn't seem to work. It was the best evening of Harry's life so far. I can think of many good nights I've had. Never with a woman though. Mainly to do with football. I can think of many good nights where we were losing 1-0 half time. Then we came back to draw 1-1, and a last minute mighty MK Dons gets the goal to fucking win. Oh, I love it when that happens. When you come back from 1-0 down to win 2-1. Last minute of extra time. Oh, I do love that. Oh, I do love that in the cup final as well. It looks all done. The last minute of extra time. Right, bear with me. I know none of you are football nerds. One or two of you might be. I do love it when it's last minute of extra time, and someone from out of nowhere bangs in a worldly in the FA Cup final. Oh, it is, unless it's
against my team, Liverpool, or MK Dons, then it's a fuck. But mwah, mwah, it's chef kiss, mwah, perfection. If it's Man United, though, it's not perfection. If it's City against United and they've done it, mwah, chef kiss. Anyway, back onto my story, or someone else's story, but I have been commissioned to tell you, or read this book to you, the best ability I can, which is no ability at all. It was the best evening of Harry's life. Better than winning at Quidditch, or Christmas, or knocking mountain trolls out. He would never ever forget tonight. That's true, that. Yeah, I never forgot the good nights I've had. Harry had almost forgotten that the exam results were still to come. But come did they. To their great surprise, both he and Ron passed with great marks. Hermione, of course, came top of the year. Even Neville scraped through. His good herbology mark making up for his dismal and abysmal potion one. They hope that Gargoyle, who was almost as stupid as he was me, might be thrown out, but he passed too. It was such a shame. But Ron said, you can't have everything in life. That is very true. Take that with you after this recording and reading. You can't have everything in life unless you've won the lottery. Then you can. But suddenly their wardrobes were empty, their trunks were packed. Neville's toad was found lurking in a corner of the toilets. Notes were handed out to all the students, warning them not to use magic over the holidays. I always hope they'll be able to forgive us. I always hope they'll forget to give us these, said Fred Weasley sadly. Hagrid was there to take them down to the fleet of boats that sailed across the lake. They were boarding Hogwarts Express. There's a bit of lost clip because Zachy forgot to press the fucking recording button, didn't he? Bad Zachy. Oh, I just said my name. Who did this recording? I don't know. My name's Dave. Talking and laughing as the countryside become more greener and tidier. Eating Bertie's Bot's every flavour beans. As they sped past muggle towns like Ipswich, Harrogate, Newcastle, Sunderland, Edinburgh, Luton, Milton Keynes, Stevenage and Hitchin. Pulling off their wizard's robes and putting on jackets and coats, pulling into platform 9 3/4 at King's Cross Station. It took a while for them all to get off the platform. A wizard old guard was up by the ticket barrier, letting them go through the gates in 2s and 3s so they didn't attract attention by bursting out of a solid wall at once, alarming the muggles. You must come and stay this summer, said Ron. Both of you are sending out. Thanks, said Harry. I'll need something to look forward to. People jostled them as they moved forward towards the getaway back to the Muggle world. Some of them called, "Bye, Harry. See you, Harry. Back off, Harry." Still famous, said Ron, grinning at him. Not where I'm going, I promise yous, said Harry. He, Ron and Hermione passed through the gateway together, holding hands. There he is, Mum. There he is, look. It was Grinsley Weasley. Or was it Ginsley?
Ginny Weasley. I never knew her name. Ron's younger sister, but she wasn't pointing at Ron. Harry Potter! Ewok! She squealed. Look, Mum! I can see! Be quiet, Ginny, darling. It's rude to a point. Mrs. Weasley smiled down at them. I've got a autograph. Busy year, boys? She said. Very, said Harry. Thanks for the fudge and the jumper, Mrs. Weasley. Oh, that was nothing, dear. Nothing. No, nothing at all. Ready, are you? No. Ready, are you? It was Uncle Vernon, still purple-faced, still moustached, caged in a station full of ordinary people. Behind him stood Aunt Petunia and Dudley, looking terrified at the very sight of Harry. You must be Harry's family, said Mrs. Weasley. In a matter of speaking, yes, I am, said Uncle Vernon. Hurry up, boy, we haven't got all day. He walked away. Harry hung back for a last word with Ron and Hermione. See you over the summer then? Yeah, I hope you have a good holiday, said Hermione, looking uncertainly after Uncle Vernon, shocked that everyone could be so unpleasant. Oh, I will, yes, I will, said Harry, and they were surprised at the grin that was spreading over his face. They didn't know they were not allowed to use magic at home. I'm going to have a lot of fun with Dudley this summer. And that ends, ladies and gentlemen, the book. I would like to thank mainly myself being the producer and exclusive producer of this production. I would like to thank Alfie for being the editor of this production, and I would like to thank Devon for being Hagrid. So this concludes Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, and this ends 4 months' work. I hope you enjoy, and if you don't, please don't call in, please don't write in, and J.K. Rowling, please don't take any offence, darling. This was all a joke and a laugh between a few lads who have autism and went to a special needs school, and they always wanted me to read Harry Potter, and so I had some spare time, and I did. So please don't sue us, Mrs. J.K. Rowling, or Miss J.K. Rowling, or Ms. J.K. Rowling, or whatever your pronouns are today. And I would like to conclude this recording by saying a huge thank you to Asta for selling me the book, and a huge thank you to everyone listening. And if you put down in the comments what books you'd like me to read next, I'm probably going to do the whole series. I'm probably going to be contractually bound to the whole series. We've got to talk this out between me and my director, which is Alfie. Oh, I'm the director as well. So I thank myself for being director as well. As I've always said, bye and sayonara.